Greetings and salutations, and welcome to Flintlocks and Fireballs, where a handful of mad actors will apparently choke on their own spit. Will attempt to survive the treacherous caves of Dungeons and Dragons. I remain your host and Dungeon Master, Jason Phelps.
I thought you were going to end that then.
Yeah.
I remain.
And I'm joined, as ever, by Robbie, Turkey Dinosaurs Bellekom, Sam, Mutton Mastodons Burns, and Ellie Corzin Sparrow.
What is a coelacanth?
It's a type of prehistoric fish, which is still around. It's a living fossil. They found it off the coast of Mozambique about 30 years ago.
That was a very comprehensive fun fact, thank you.
There's a Pokemon based on it.
Also, in a way, you're calling me a codfish, which is pleasing, because that's what people call Captain Hook. So,
Yes.
you're a codfish.
I did not know that.
Yeah, it's the main insult used against Captain Hook in Peter Pan, isn't it? People are like, you're a codfish.
Yeah, I did know that, actually.
Yeah. Peter Pan calls him a codfish, like, all the time.
Fun facts for all today.
Yep.
Speaking of fun facts, it's that time where we cast our minds into the largely fact-absent trenches
Really
of
selling
time
it here.
and demand future us. What messages from the present? It's future Jason with a message from the present. Bums. Back to you, past us.
Flintlocks and Fireballs and fun facts.
Oh.
Yep.
Aww.
That's what I said it is. That's what I've decided it is.
Accurate.
Join us for the extra special episode, Fun and Facts.
Aww.
All right.
We'd find a way to make it weird.
I'm sure we would.
Yes, we would.
And to find out how we're going to make fun facts weird this time, it's time to begin Flintlocks and Fireballs. Our land stands on the sabre's edge.
Our cities are a powder keg.
Brother chains brother, no one's free. A life on land is short, you'll see.
So gather your muskets, gather your spears, we'll plunder the shores of Calcinea. No kraken, storm or spell we fear, so come and sail with us, my dear.
Fun facts. Previously on Flintlocks and Fireballs. Very, very previously.
Ages ago on Flintlocks and Fireballs.
Over 100 episodes ago.
Like, solidly over 100 episodes ago. Like, over 100 episodes ago, we reached Sunder. Like,
Yeah.
episode... It's either 92 or 93 is when Wilbur Williker Warburton shows up.
Oh, I miss him.
Aww.
The greatest NPC in anything ever, and I'll hear nothing otherwise.
Yes.
That is when I think it's 93 is when we reached Thunder's Watch.
Wow.
Yeah. So fun fact. It is fun fact.
It's a theme today. We love a theme. Excellent.
Hooray!
But previously, before even that, the party left Seoul having done a revolution. And while that was going on, the B team had their own adventure, venturing a little bit north and significantly below the surface of the Earth. Well, not significantly, but enough below the surface of the Earth to bring an army to Uttu, one of the 8 city-states of the Ariadnean Empire. After conducting a mixture of plans, diplomacy, getting passed over for promotion, the occasional assassination attempt, the party successfully brought the army to the city of Uttu and successfully managed to capture it. And that is where we are going to pick up. So at this point, where the better part, or at that particular point, was close to 5 months and a week ago, as it were.
Okay. It's very specific. Well done.
Which means that we're going to queue in, as it were, over the following week, and more or less come back in like a week later. So we are so the point at which this is happening now, we are a month in since the start of the B Team's adventure.
Okay.
So the good news is, with your army, you successfully captured the city of Uttu. Uttu has been left a little worse for wear by its first encounter with late 18th century artillery, to say the least.
Do the smashy.
Indeed. For one thing, you literally blew a gaping hole in one of the city gates, knocked out 5 of the 6 pillars connecting it to the web tracks above, and of course, toppled the existing power structure. So let's take a moment to recap, to cover what's been happening over the last week. The first thing that happens is the army moves in and quickly occupies the city. You have no shortage of allies on the inside willing to help you do this, be it overtly or covertly. Covertly, the dwarves, led by the Red Folder clan, are very eager to make sure that you are quickly recognised as a legitimate occupying force, authority, and to get what remains of the bureaucracy of the city under your control. Within pretty much a day, Sabnet is installed as Lord Comwraith, Governor of the city.
I'm so excited.
However, it is apparent to all that Governor Sabnet, while possessed of some actual power and influence, is very much sharing his role with 2 other new pillars of this community, occupation. One is Commandant Oksana Orlov, who is the emphatically not military governor, but military advisor to the civilian governor, but who nevertheless the army answers to. In addition, there is an unofficial 3rd pillar that has popped up as
because we suck.
Yes, there
but really.
there is indeed also the there is the Vampire Secret Police, but that kind of comes under Sabnet's control. Rather, there is an individual that many are proclaiming as a messiah.
No.
Heck yeah.
Who is being openly despite their despite whatever they might feel about it, referred to as the Lightbringer. One cleric, Sander Cornbraith. The indeed, and very soon, all three of you find yourselves beset by different groups and peoples trying to figure out their place in the new order and trying to either preserve their way of life, find a way to gain advantage, or who, in some cases, simply want to thank you. And there's also at least 3 attempts from people who really don't want to thank you, which you receive a report from on day I think on the morning of day 2, Sabnet, from in one of your twice daily meetings with Argent, the drow vampire who is serving as the silversmith's direct contact with you.
Excellent.
Argent proceeds to list out 3 separate assassination attempts. Thus far, have been, 2 of which, one of which has been against you, one of which has been against Commandant Oksana, and one of which was more of a series of snipers trying to take out different members of the occupying command. All of which have been fortunately caught and held for interrogation and future disposal at your discretion.
Good. Well, that's comforting to know.
A little preliminary questioning indicates that that 2 out of 3 of these were sent by the retreating priors and remnants of the cult of Uttu. And one appears to have been, a force, a set of he does air quotations, independent hunters operating on behalf of one of the major houses that made it out of the city.
I don't suppose it would have been anyone who was on Balara Desik's payroll, mightn't it?
He checks his notes. As it so happens, we do have a prior connection with the Desik household. Yes.
Yes, I was going to inquire as to whether or not Balara did in fact have any living spouses, just to say, well, you're welcome.
And it would appear that they've decided to send their thanks back in the form of poisoned arrows.
There's no pleasing some people.
Indeed, sir. It will no doubt be the first 3 of many to come, but you are reassured by finding that your secret police is competent.
That is very reassuring to know.
We're going to get. So I'm going to do some little one-on-one meetings with each of you. Then one that contains the 3 of you, and then as time goes on, you will be approached by individual groups. The day 2 meeting for you, Oksana, is conducted quite somewhat I'm trying to think about the wording of this one. Is conducted somewhat expensively, given the cost, the number of spells that are used. but shortly after you successfully set up a functional sending room and have begun laying down and have spent the previous day laying down necessary sanctums that you are securing, you are able you exchange some brief reports, deliver some brief reports and receive some brief responses from Match Mistson. We're not going to play sending word games here.
Yep.
Enough spells are placed into this. You, in addition to a congratulations and the arrival of a case of Sulian brandies that was following us. That was following a day behind the rest of the train. Mistson informs you that that you have support for at present to begin securing the greater cave around Uttu, the Uttan Sea, and establish a stable and, for the moment at least, the National Assembly is giving its blessing towards the possibility of a permanent settlement occupation down here. However, in the very short term, you are instructed to strip as much wealth from the defeated former ruling class as you can, and given instructions as to how much you can preserve for expenditures here and how much is going to need to get shipped back upstairs for the war effort in Seoul. You do get a perhaps satisfying summary and breakdown of what those totals involve, and they are extensive. Even with a measure of looting that occurred during the city's fall itself, and what the drow houses were able to grab and take away with them, from the households that remained and fought to the death, or just weren't able to get everything out, you easily secure around about the current estimate is about 1.2 million gold in loot from sacking the city.
Oh dear.
It's
Fuck me, the Rothnals are rich, aren't they? Sorry, I just had a moment of like a unit of Evangard costs 1 million gold, which is something we've said on air, and we have like looted the rich people in this city, and we've got just over 1 million gold. That's insane.
Yeah, that number is going to the sort of essentially, like, for want of a better word, looting experts in the armies employ your quartermaster, your sort of adjutants corps and the quartermasters therein. Give you a professional assessment that over the next month, they expect to bring that number up by. They can definitely expect to bring that number up by an additional 4 million as they strip out. As they start, if they go ahead and strip out longer standing industrial wealth and the like. However, they basically say that's as far as they can go if we're planning to stay. As the engineer explains, if we were planning to simply strip the city of as much value as possible, we might be able to get perhaps an additional 5 or 6 million simply by looting it of all of its tools and resources. But at that point, the city would not be able to function.
We need those to live here. Yeah, fair.
If the order comes for us to completely abandon the city at any point, that will be our final task.
Good to know.
It is actually worth noting that the single largest value item in that group, worth an estimated 300,000 gold, is the statue of Uttu. Because even though the statue is it's not. Well, okay, so the statue does actually have an inner core. Like, the main statue is... the inner core of the statue, as the engineer explains, is silver. It's, like, solid cast silver. But let us not forget, half of it was basically foiled or coated in adamantine,
which is real responsive. Yeah.
Oh,
That makes sense.
And the army are definitely claiming and melting that down.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And indeed, many of
We're all glad to see that melted. Let's be honest.
Yeah, seriously.
and in fact, it will be melted down here in the city because the red folders. The red folders are actually the only group of metallurgists that are readily accessible, capable of melting it down. At least in any way that you're going to be that it's going to be usable thereafter. Turns out adamantium, real hard to work.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that is the good news. There's also now a whole bunch of empty. There will also be a whole bunch of well, I would say empty mansions, but already plans are drawn up. Are drawn up in the spirit of while perhaps not Jacqueline's spirit of the revolution, there is still a lot of sentiment of the idea. There is still very much popular sentiment for the idea of liberty and fraternity.
Yeah.
Plans are being drawn up to repurpose section. A lot of as much of the city as can be done cheaply and easily into living space that is not crushing slums. Which will include repurposing a lot of the old mansions.
Right.
Even so, there is the city. The city is still cramped because, frankly, even with a more democratic redistribution of the mansions, there were a hell of a lot more slaves. And space and allocation of space was not a consideration.
Yeah. And also, we've just brought a bunch of people, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Indeed. There is also now the
considerably.
problem that you are billeting troops in the city.
Yeah.
So more than a few of those mansions are being repurposed as barracks, at least in the short term. Though the actual barracks of the city are now at your disposal too, which does help.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
Nevertheless, one of the nevertheless, there are going to be several groups that will want to speak with you. That is your sort of day 2.
A lot of
Going
information,
over that.
a lot of delegating
Yeah.
and running around. Yeah.
Organising. Sander. A lot of people want to speak with you, or see you, or get close to you. It's a bit of a problem. Although the miraculous daylight that heralded your appearance and the fall of the Temple of Uttu has faded not long afterwards. There is a large whenever you if you've even been out on into the city, this happens. But anywhere you are seen, people are falling to their knees in awe and wonder.
Oh god. They're gonna love that.
I hate this so much.
Especially amongst the now freed slaves. Because,
oh no, that's even worse.
Yeah, obviously, one of the day one things was a very loud and public proclamation that slavery, this is now occupied by Seoul, and slavery is illegal in Seoul. Yeah, it's strange because it's like you're used to the ever-present whispering of the city. But the whispering hasn't gone. Like it's habits of a lifetime. But the whispering sort of almost rises like the crashing of waves and susurrations whenever people see you. I'm going to ask you first of all what your reaction to all this is.
Like, completely stony-faced. And just removed from the situation every time it happens. Just not a word, just walk away from this.
Okay.
And probably in private actually punch things, which is very out of character, but also this is a lot.
Yeah.
But very much only if there is definitely no one around.
I'm gonna say that ahead of the meeting that I do have planned, you do get a knock at the door at your scheduled twice daily meeting time.
Just for fun and flavour, just as you've punched something. Knock at the door.
Yeah.
Hello?
Come in.
I believe it's time for our incredibly important meeting. Instead of tea, I've brought Sulian brandy, one of Match's bottles. I don't say anything else. It's just the acknowledgement is the brandy. That's what's different.
You enjoy a quiet hour together.
And Sander has a very small drink, because they do not drink usually, but they have a very small drink. And somewhat grazed knuckles, but that is not commented on or brought up at all.
I stick a healing potion next to the brandy on the table, but don't say anything about it. I just put it there. Like a very weak one, you know?
The previous administration of the city was functionally merged with the temple, so instead you've set up in the bureaucrat, the sort of administrative hub / governor's house in the largest mansion in the city, the Hanali mansion, their townhouse. They don't live here normally. They have their own estates. But they have a very expansive townhouse that was designed for holding parties and balls in.
Fun.
So, yeah, you get to punch some pillows in a very nice little guest bedroom.
Oh, they're punching walls, not pillows.
You get to crack your knuckles against some gorgeous walls in a lovely little bedroom, guest bedroom. I'm going to say that eventually, though, you one of the meetings that people are trying to have with you does sort of reach you, even closeted as you are. There's a knock at the door. You don't really recognise the voice. One of the soldiers, Cleric Gonraith. There are a number of they're calling themselves bridges who wish to speak with you.
Did you tell them I was here?
No, however, they seem to know you are here. They said something about fireflies. Handful of your firefly spirits. They aren't really capable of giving you a guilty look, but something about the flight pattern of them is.
Tell them I have an important meeting in 10 minutes, and they have 5 minutes of my time.
Very well. The door. There's a brief pause, and then the door opens, and I'm going to be honest, like a dozen figures are clearly clustering in the corridor, probably more. There were, although the temple was quite shy on sighted drow, they had a lot of priors, and every prior got a bridge. Three of them make their way forward into the room, and each of them respectively, one sort of puts their hands together and bows their head, another sort of bows at the waist, a third goes on one knee, and one of them murmurs, "Intercessor, you honor us."
Oh, Sanders trying very hard not to have a panic attack. Ugh. No, bad word. There is no intercessor here. That is not a title anyone will be claiming.
There's a glance from between them. Another one. So the one who kneels, by the way, is a bugbear woman with black hair and fur over dark skin, thin, and you notice thin, hairless patches of scar tissue across her neck and cheek. She has golden eyes, and you see a silver-winged moth for a spirit, whose eyes glow blue. However, the next one, another one speaks. A halfling man, pale skin, with a round face, though his actual features are lean, platinum blonde hair and wide, intense grey eyes. You recognise him as the halfling. You recognise him as the bridge whose spirit erupted into wisps of white gold light during the battle that are now flickering around his hands, which are still pressed together. Very well, then, Lightbringer. We come humbly to ask for guidance.
Please do not kneel. There has been enough of that. It is not welcome here.
They glance backwards and one of them gestures up, and the entire throng of bridges kind of shuffle to their feet. They look to each other and ask, and the third one, who is a human man, heavy-set, bald, completely hairless, with, you can see beneath the mask he wears has at some point had burn scars over his whole face, but is now wearing a mask of wrought silver in the shape of a butterfly. There is flickering around his shoulders and around his body a sort of a yellowish flame, like that feels warming rather than burning.
It shall be so, Lightbringer. We wish to know, how should we pray?
How should you pray? Oh. And it suddenly occurs to Zena that there is no religion right now because I burnt it down. They've not really been thinking about the fact that you take that away and what is in the place of it. They were too busy thinking about burning the next city down, so this is kind of a new thought.
Sounded like, whoa, bro.
Whoops. Like, for someone with this high wisdom, occasionally a little short-sighted. How should you pray?
We wish to honor the coming light, but in the past we only know how to praise the Briars taught us. To pray in darkness and silence.
No, silence is not the way. This is a place that's been quiet for too long. There should be light, there should be sound. There should be everything we have been against.
Light.
This should be done in the light, in the open.
Okay.
Together, no one above any other.
They look at each other sort of with there's a little shock because at adapting what they're used to, a little disbelief, but in the way of someone hearing good news and not quite believing it. As you say, Lightbringer, in the open, with light and sound, none of us are above each other.
Music. There should be music. And colour.
Music and colour.
This is not something that comes naturally to me, but it feels right. It has been lacking.
Right. And at that moment, the Sulian soldier calls up. All right, that is your 5 minutes. The cleric is very busy. Come on, out you go. And a brief audience with the Messiah comes to an end for now.
Sander just goes and has a long lie down. Just staring at the fireflies.
Their social energy is so
crisis.
Incredibly relatable to me. It's like, I've talked for 5 minutes and now I have to go to bed for 3 days. Like,
Someone asked my opinion on something and now I'm going to have a panic and a lie down and no one talk to me.
All right. So, there is an issue to where all three of you are sought. Specifically, in fact, because it concerns all three of you, as this is a matter for the city to consider, just in terms of organisation, a matter that with strategic considerations, and also that is probably going to require some literally support from the army, and very much a religious matter. It is.
Sorry, I just tapped the microphone. My apologies.
All right. So the Sander, you are reluctantly dragged to Sabnut's new office, where you find Governor Sabnut, as well as Oksana and the Sulian engineer.
Is it horribly gaudy? Is it?
Oh yeah,
Is it completely over the top and awful?
Oh yeah,
he's in
he'll have accentuated everything that was already there. But yeah, there's gonna be like a disturbing amount of like gold lame furniture.
You know what it is? It's like Perrin Hanali's old office, isn't it?
This is literally Perrin Hanali's old office.
Amazing.
And adjoining.
I can well believe he held a lot of balls in here.
Yes.
It's one of the handful of sort of office bits that Governor's privilege has not been stripped for everything saleable. And that mostly justified on the grounds that a bit of that it can be useful to have a bit of guilt still around to impress visitors.
Well, I think you'll find there's plenty of guilt around.
I was going to say everyone could do with a bit of guilt around here. He has zero irony.
The engineer, who has now appeared twice and therefore gets a name.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Engineer Motier is
excellent.
Who is a human man.
Okay.
Human man.
Notable for his meticulously groomed silver moustache.
Oh, hell yeah, Moss, yeah.
Excellent.
Engineer Motier proceeds to explain the situation. Thank you for coming. There is one final issue on the docket, and that is of the temple of Uttu. But we have an administrative query and how should I say? A question of propaganda or the storytelling. Since the members, people are asking questions.
Didn't we burn that thing to the ground?
Not quite.
It could have been more on fire
I've got
in
something to do with
hindsight.
my afternoon then.
You're not going to help your situation if you go and burn the temple down in the street. Oksana does let out an uncharacteristic, mild bit of giggle in the middle of that sentence. And then pulls it together
Is
very
there
thoroughly.
another practical use it could be put to?
Well, we have a number of possible proposals. First of all, we could gut the whole thing with flames, but
appealing.
Sander just like flares very slightly, just a little bit of a light flash.
However,
at the thought of
there would be a considerable work requirement to then demolish the structure thereafter, unless you want to leave the ruins as a marker.
Surely
a pilgrimage for martyrs? Absolutely not.
that feels like a bad idea.
Very well.
Leaving something there that people can flock to.
Yes, it's a symbol of the previous regime. We have to get rid of it somehow.
Surely.
Very well. So there is. I have drafted up a proposal for total demolition. It will take, in addition to assuming there's allowing for other work elsewhere, at least 2 months, possibly 3, and it will be this expensive. He points to a significant figure. There are a number of cheaper. There are cheaper options that are cheaper. There are options that are as expensive but with different functions. The cheapest option would be to, once we finish stripping everything of value out, repurpose it into military storage. Then there is building it up into a proper administrative center. Beyond just this house, there is a proposal to turn it into. There's one proposal to turn it into a marketplace, another to turn it into housing, and similar things. And there is also one question that has been raised by a number of people as to, given the. He glances around for a moment. Given, and not that I would say this.
You can speak plainly.
Certainly anyone that the chaplain would hear me, because that would be heresy. But given what people are calling the miracle, there is some question as to whether it will be turned into a new temple.
No.
Personally, I mean,
There
you
will be
two.
no new temple.
Sorry, you carry on. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
We do not need a new temple.
Okay, I believe that's your call. Personally, correct me if I'm wrong, the pair of you. I think we need to go for something quite uninteresting to replace it.
As
I
mundane
agree.
as possible.
Yeah, and I don't think it should be houses. Because I think
No.
there's a possibility that people could get all excited about living where the temple used to be on holy ground. And again, you're the drow. You've lived down here longer than I have, so correct me on this shit if I'm getting it wrong, okay? But every city you have, right, is named after a god like Uttu.
Yes.
So if we leave no trace, if we make it into, I mean, the dullest of those options, and honestly probably the most useful because we're fucking pushed, right, is the storage.
Yes, I tend to agree. There is a saying we have down here that the best legacy you can leave your enemies with is none at all.
Yeah. If we make it into anything notable, or if we let people live there, or even have a market, you think that market won't become Uttu's market?
Let it become forgotten, so mundane that it isn't worth sticking in the memory.
Agreed.
And
If a god requires belief to live, let Uttu stay dead.
I've just had a thought that we haven't talked about yet. There's a bunch of shit under there. It's quite caved in. But
I was concerned about that,
there's
yes.
a bunch of tunnels and shit like that. There was a population of tieflings. I'm pretty sure they were getting out. But
Yes.
Well, we had better make sure that they did indeed.
yeah, but also there
'Cause that could
was
be
some
embarrassing.
dangerous shit down there, right?
Yes, you would know more about that being a cleric sibling, but there was. At least in my limited experience. What should we do with that?
I mean, we got troops. with a lot of people, it probably wouldn't be too bad, actually, what we did. And also, a lot of it will be fucked anyway.
True.
Remove what can be removed, destroy what needs to be destroyed, seal up what can't be destroyed or removed.
Yes, I think our main concern is just to make sure it isn't a security issue.
Yeah, I mean, if there are underground bits that can be secured, more storage would be helpful. Again, we're pushed right now for space.
Well, the good news about if we're repurposing the temple into warehousing, at least we can turn some of our current warehousing into housing. Govern, I suppose. He gestures to the three of you. Who should be heading up this investigation into the caves? I can think of at least 3 groups that would make sense. Obviously, we can send our own soldiers down directly. In terms of, however, there are a couple of options that occur for local talent. First of all, there are the former clerics that used to live in the temple. No, the not drow ones. The ones who keep trying to find you.
If there's anything left in the dark still that could whisper terrible things to them, I'd rather they didn't hear them.
Sensible.
Very well.
Also frightening.
There is also we could take we could send someone to ask if there are any of members of the city other than them who'd be willing to investigate, who might have a more familiarity but are sympathetic. Or of course there is the there are Governor Comraith's personal resources. Your silvery friend.
I see, yes.
She might be a good choice. She's pretty hardy. I messaged to Sabnet in his head because, frankly, I think Oksana could do message from what I remember. It's a guess, but I think she could.
Yeah.
If you wouldn't mind them taking this one, I'd appreciate it. I don't want my lot finding any tieflings who are still down there. That's a message, so no one else hears that.
Yeah. He responds, on it, no worries. And out loud, he says, yes, I think my associates could probably deal with that on their own. I'll inform them of it post-haste.
I think my lot would be better placed doing things they're familiar with. There's a lot up here to do.
There's a lot of the city to still secure, yes.
Exactly.
And it's probably best that we make sure that the military presence is felt, but is established to be as benign to the actual citizens of the city as possible.
Yeah. Also, the stuff down there, they'll make quick work of it. What were you going to say, Sandra?
If one single vampire takes something from that ruin that they shouldn't, I will not stop till every single one of them in the city sees the light. It might be worth mentioning that to them.
I shall make sure they understand. No sticky fingers.
Yes, let's see how they get on with religious artifacts. I'm sure that will go very well.
Okay, noted.
Oksana takes a hurried gulp of tea or whatever we have, so as to not crack a little bit.
You have your choice of classic Haldanic tea, Syrian-style coffee, all the variety of teas that were available in the Hanali Manor. If you've never had cinnamon skullcap tea, now is your time.
Oh, nothing fancy. Oksana's tired. She's got coffee.
Okay. The engineer Mortier continues. Very well. As part of the repurposing of the structures, there is a further issue. There is, I understand it is called breath leaf. The majority of it in the city is currently on or in the temple. I am given to understand it is strategically important. What should we do with it? Is this something we should destroy all of it? Should we put it somewhere? No.
Move it, but do not destroy it.
Spread it around. Don't let it sit in one place.
Yes.
Become a symbol of something else.
Specifically,
Fed
removing
on
it from the
blood.
temple would be a very good idea, in fact.
Metaphorically. Not literally fled on blood.
I
well.
bow to your experience on this one.
We have very well. We will dot it around the city where space allows. Long streets and the like. The largest spot we have at the moment is the area directly in front of the grand warehouse. The plaza. You glance out and you can actually see crews. Crews are busy pulling down the remains of the drow statues that weren't destroyed in the fighting yesterday. We can. I suppose we shall. I shall have one of my subordinates who's always wanted to do a bit of town planning come up with some decorative garden plants.
Capital. Also, if you were to venture out into some of the neighbouring caverns, there are some spots where it seems to grow wild. It might be wise to collect it and stockpile it.
Very good. We shall endeavour to send scouts out to collect and stockpile what breath leaf we can. And the final matter, and as I mentioned, is a question of the propaganda. Now, of course,
Speak plainly. It's okay. This doesn't leave this room.
Well,
Sunder flares unreassuringly.
obviously, there is only obviously the. Listen, I have to speak to the chaplain right after this, and they're going to ask me what I've been talking about. So please, obviously, the only real god is the regent. Now, having said that,
The tiefling and the two drow look back at him.
he
Obviously.
says this so
This is the
flatly.
closest Sander has come to laughing in a while.
Oksana does a piss-takey regent sign.
Yeah.
You do your chest lips,
Chest lips and
the sky, right?
The sky, yeah.
It's one of those.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
all that shit. Right. What do you want to say, man? Come on.
Commandant, I didn't even bring up the offer from the church to buy the temple.
Thank you for not doing that. I owe you a brandy.
I will take you up on that, Commandant. Now, the
One of the few people Oksana has liked in her own force for like weeks, I think.
possibly like one of the small number of apparently tiefling neutral
Just like a
officers
normal guy.
under your
It's
command,
so rare.
yeah.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. They were offering to buy a place they believe is full of demons.
So that they could make it reconsecrated, yes.
Yeah, so they could purge it of the demon energy or whatever. I don't know. I mean, they love a contradiction in the Regency, Sabnet. Come on. Anyway,
No comment. Now,
this does not leave this room, or I'll have your ass.
understood, Commandant.
Thank you.
Yeah,
One of the few times the professionalism drops for 5 seconds, then it comes back up.
there's a reason that this lieutenant is the one that is organising your engineering corps. However, that statement aside, a lot of people. There is a large question going through the city right now. Of is Uttu dead?
Yep.
Because
in every way that matters.
Well, we have witnesses.
Okay, that is good to know. There's also there are any number of stories. I'm sure that he gestures to Sabnet. Your people will be able to provide, take care of precise details. But I feel I should know to inform the necessary people what the official stance is. Well,
if anyone asks, I can say truthfully that I saw a thing that called itself Uttu be killed.
Popped like a soap bubble. Wasn't very interesting.
Okay. Well, that answers my first question. The second question then is, what are we calling the city?
Oh, shit.
I was going to ask about that, yes.
Fuck. I hadn't thought about that.
Renaming a city is traditionally considered somewhat gauche, and the action of a hostile occupying force. And given that I understand our orders from the assembly are to be that we are here as liberators rather than conquerors. This is an issue that I am 100% not qualified to answer.
My annoying brain just went. I mean, what if we just reverse the name? Wait, that doesn't work.
Damn you, palindromic spider gods!
The only other thing you could make out of those letters is tutu, and I don't think that would work either.
Oh, can we call it tutu? No, we can't.
Do you say that in character?
Yes.
I don't.
Oksana just does exactly what I've just done at this desk, which is just puts her head in the hands for a second.
I understand that the city does
we might need some time.
Have
it's
a
that...
weaving industry, but yes.
Yeah.
Let us defer the question for now.
Just say we're in a transitionary period with that.
Something to do with fireflies? I give Sander a look.
For the moment, then, we shall continue referring to the city as Uttu, but I will make a note that if any further proclamations need to be made,
it's not been made official by the governor or anyone else.
Understood.
I'm not giving you naming powers alone, by the way.
I wasn't suggesting that I should have them alone. This needs to be a united front we present to everyone.
I just wanted to be clear. My wording was ambiguous. But I just don't think that's like a 30-second decision. It'll end up as something really, really stupid because we're all tired. So
a lot of people apparently want to call it Sander now?
No.
Oh, shit.
It has a ring to it, but...
I mean, nobody's going for, Orlovsville. Sorry, I will calm down in a minute. It's been a long day.
He strikes out a second word on his pad.
You're fucking kidding me.
Would that be the naming convention on the surface?
What?
Orlovsville. Would that be the naming convention on the surface?
Oh, I mean, maybe, but no, that's not my bag. I mean, yes, stupidly in some places, yes, but no, not here. Also, it would cause a fucking riot upstairs right now, let's be real. Imagine the papers. Almost worth it.
From what I've seen, I'd rather not, but your point is well taken.
Yeah.
Very good. Well, that concludes my questions. I bid the Governor, Mum, Cleric, I bid you good night, he says questioningly.
What time is it, actually?
It, on the surface, it would be about 10 in the evening. It's been a long day.
I mean, technically evening,
fair enough.
I guess. Thank you for your time. Thank you for being candid.
Yes, indeed.
I'll send you that brandy, okay?
He salutes again, more emphatically, and then departs, leaving the three of you alone for a moment.
That was refreshing.
Yes. The name is something we are going to have to give serious consideration to. It will be a statement in and of itself.
Something with light, maybe? I don't know
yes. What? Some play on soul, then?
On what? Soul.
Soul, isn't it the the
word
word you
for
have for the
sun.
big bright thing in the sky up there?
Soul. It sounds a bit like Soul, which my superiors will like. Let's think
There are a
on
lot
it.
of old words for light or fire, but a lot of them don't sound appropriate in a more modern tongue.
Sometimes city names are old, though.
Lustro, but unfortunately has a luster, which may give the wrong idea.
That's a little bit funny, if I'm honest.
That is the problem.
Yeah. I don't laugh while I say it's a bit funny. I say it very seriously. Sabnet giggles too, as are very serious about how funny it is, which I quite like.
Yes.
The only thing that's coming to my mind is Ember, which is shit.
No, that implies something that has already been burnt. This has to be a new life, something invigorating.
Inkendo might fill that purpose. Possibly Incendo. I think the older pronunciation was Kendo.
In Kendo. I do feel a bit like if that city gets burned down, we're asking for it.
It does a little bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, we're tempting fate a bit. Maybe we need to think.
Take some time to think.
Yes.
We can answer that question after whenever we do the break.
It's a really big question.
I realise
like
that
in
it is.
character, I don't feel like I
Yeah.
would do this in 5 minutes.
No.
Yeah,
be
no.
honest.
You probably... This
Out
is
of
one
character, I'd also like a bit longer.
Yeah, also a bit long. So,
Yeah.
after mulling it over for a bit, you...
I feel like we
clear
we throw
decision
shit city names around for 15 minutes and then we've had enough.
Yeah. The...
Not Tutu, no.
Not Tutu, no.
A short exchange with Sabnet at the end, actually.
Of course, yeah.
Thank you for agreeing to send your lot down.
No, you're absolutely right. It does make sense, and I understand the personal stake you have in this.
I would be concerned with what treatment would happen. So, yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Do you want me to pass on any instructions as to what they should do if they find any tieflings down there?
Ooh,
They would presumably be as free members of the city as any other.
warn them that anyone in red and blue might not be the kindest. And, tell them if they have any questions to look for me. I'll meet them if there are any left.
To seek you out.
Hopefully
Alright,
they're all
I
out anyway,
understand.
but, you know, let's cover it if they aren't.
Of course. Very well.
I appreciate it.
Oh, I quite understand. And, that also gives me time to make some preparations of my own.
Alright, well, good night.
Yeah. After Oksana has left, Sabnet will very briefly ask Sander, "Sibling, I understand you're terribly busy, but is it within your means to procure me 2 vials of holy water?"
I think that could be arranged. Dare I ask why?
Insurance. We're working with vampires, and I am not entirely blind to the potential for the threat they could pose to us.
I'll get you 2 bottles.
How very generous. Thank you. When he gets them, he will, dab some behind his neck like eau de cologne.
Oh,
Oh, God.
awful, man.
Good boy.
Oh, what is wrong with you?
They bite you on the neck.
Oh. Fuck's sake.
This... I'm going to be fairly overt here and ask. Arjan, like so many people, flirts with Sabna a lot. And is very open about his desires. So are you, at his invitation, taking advantage of him?
At his invitation, yes. But
The next
I'm not
time
going
you
to
do
do
that,
it.
he's going in for a kiss, and then suddenly to kiss your neck, and then pulls back,
I'm terribly sorry. It was a blessing at church this morning.
Of course, he takes a moment to sort of adjust his shoulders and then smiles. I suppose I shall have little choice but to kiss you on the lips instead.
Try lower down.
Fuck, stabby. Sam, that's porn.
Well, he stops at your chest.
Look at the guy and tell me he wouldn't.
You were fucking quick as a whip with that. Hell yeah.
All right. So, after your pleasure, Arjan also has provides a report on a business sense. So in the coming week, so we're going to move into the coming week. Arjan reports that that after the vampires are sent. Make their investigations into the caves beneath the Temple of Uttu. They do find a number of things down there, mostly a lot of which are monsters, as well as a large amount of breath leaf, and a lot of charred breath leaf from the whole cataclysm that happened down there. There
was quite a lot of it being on fire.
Indeed. They are, however, able to bring bring as much of it up as they can. They report that that only a single tiefling actually remained down there during their investigation. Who proceeded to inform them that he had been left to deliver a message when the Arjan quotes this point. Been left to deliver a message to the herald of the light in the darkness. As was laid down in prophecy, following in the wake of the moth that will burn down the world. If that makes any sense to you. Specifically, informing. Specifically, they left him to pass on the message that the rest of his people have left Uttu as a whole. They within the last month they have already either travelled to their kith and kin elsewhere in the Underdark, and that a community of them have also travelled up to the surface already to follow after the moth.
Mothman.
Imagine they just all turn up at Wayne Manor. The moth. Oh.
Okay. When he receives this information, Sabnet will non-committally say, "Very good, thank you. I shall take this into consideration." Privately, he will pass on the information to both Sander and Oksana.
He also draws you into a little adjoining room. Fun fact, as you have yourself discovered, because I don't buy for a second that Sabnet didn't already check this place over.
Oh yeah.
While Perrin Hanali is about as shallow as a saucer, about as deep as a saucer when it comes to intrigue.
Traps, edibles, lootables in that order.
Yes. His wife, Misara Hanali, very much was the matron of a powerful and influential drow household, and therefore the mansion has death traps, bolt holes, and secret areas, which you have now repurposed with a minimal loss of servants.
Excellent.
You knew those Sulian soldiers would come in use for something. And
Oh, be careful, that's the acid pit. Oh.
fortunately, you suddenly and very recently gained access to a whole bunch of clerics.
Yes.
Therefore, the Argent having taken you into an adjoining secret chamber to your office is no surprise at all. He has, however, prepared a small chest there, which he hands you which he shows you over before opening it with the key himself, unlocking it with the key, and demonstrating the safe way to open it before handing the key to you. And in confidence to yourself, Lord Comwraith, he says significantly, with all due respect to your sibling, we have also recovered a small number, a dozen or so, of artifacts from the caves. A selection of weapons, chiefly, and items of similar utility. I have no doubt that these were considered to whatever degree of holy relic by the former government. However, they are yours to dispose of as you will. I would note that these would be of great use if you personally should find yourself needing to equip a cadre of spies or assassins.
I see.
Entirely in your hands, of course, Governor, as to how you wish to dispose of them, but I thought perhaps it was best to put these in your care directly.
Thank you kindly. Let's have a look then.
And you are basically Argent gives you his appraisal. You are able to, if you trust if you wish to enlist the services of Oksana would probably be perfectly capable of doing this herself. But if you if you choose to get anyone else to identify them, tell me who. You'll get the same information.
Okay.
There are essentially a combination of magical weapons, cloaks, and armor that could be the details of which are no doubt very impressive, but functionally taken together could be used to create a small elite corps of assassins or spies. They're all they're very much focused around infiltration, surveillance, espionage, or just murder.
All right. Well, we can decide what Sabnet himself might take the pick of later, but I think, he would definitely put this in the hands of Oksana to identify and then ask her, do you have people who could use this?
I do. I see a question.
Yeah.
How obviously Uttu artifacts are like do they have fucking spiders all over them?
There's
Like,
fucking spiders all over them. These are very you if you wanted to you may or may not, you don't know, you'd need to probably consult the dwarf, be able to deface these. But as they are, these are very obviously relics of a spider goddess.
Spider, yeah.
Right.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm gonna answer the question again. I do have ways I could use these, but Sander would have my entire ass. And kinda rightly.
Valid point.
As far as I see
Just a shame to waste them, you know?
Governor, your sibling, your call. I've had a long day.
Fair enough, but thank you for your efforts. I did think it was only fair I gave you first refusal.
No, I appreciate it, genuinely.
Very well. Leave it with me, I shall deal with it.
Yeah, just don't... Man, don't get your secret police killed. I was trying to think of a more professional way to say that, but I've been being professional all day.
He
don't
looks
get him
you
killed.
He looks you very squarely in the eye and says, "I'm doing my best."
It's a wild time, isn't it?
Oh, that isn't the half of it, and I think we both know it.
Maybe we should get a drink sometime.
Yes, I'd like that.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry.
No. So yes, you up to you, Sabnet, whether you want to take this to your sibling immediately, consult with a member of the Sternweaver clan about having essentially laundering these enchanted items.
Yeah, I think I'm doing a bit of enchantment laundering. Is what I'm doing.
Yeah, Oksana's just got too much on her fucking plate to make that decision.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
The Sternweavers. You have in fact, you get. You arrange for a visit from. None other than Gila Redfolder, the dwarf who spoke to you originally up on the surface, representing the Sternweavers in this matter, who takes who studies it and in confidence arranges for a Sternweaver expert to do a little examination and reassures you. I think that this is that we should be more than capable of making cosmetic adjustments without interfering with the original enchantments on these.
Capital. On that note, I did have a modest suggestion in mind, and he slides across a... actually, it would be one of the letterheads from his own estate with the Cormwraith family crest on it, which, if you remember, is like the shape of an elf ear with a backwards 6 in the middle.
Mm-hmm. Just going to quickly draw that. She nods.
We're a house of listeners, and in this new city we are creating, we need to hear everything.
Of course. And I'm confident, Lord Cormwraith, that your freshly made custom commission will no doubt be available to deliver back to you within the month.
Excellent.
Okay. You have acquired enough laundered magical enchanted equipment.
You've just given them like new number plates and a coat.
You basically,
yeah, literally.
Yeah, you've driven a bunch.
We've gone into a respray bit in GTA.
Yeah.
That's what we've done.
Reupholstered the seats. I love how both of us have just chosen not to deal with it. Like, in terms of like, if anyone was in front of Sander, we're like, should we just not have that problem happen?
Campaign 4.
Yeah, it's not worth it. This is the better option.
Campaign 4.
Although if I ever see the things, I'll probably be able to work out where they came from, and you did just put your signature on it.
Yeah. Ours. It's our house.
Campaign 4, there's going to be...
Yeah, but I know it wasn't me that did it.
There's no one else left. It's a whole thing.
Yeah.
It doesn't take much power of deduction.
No, of course not.
Fucking hell.
Campaign 4, there's like an art historian who's like, examining and yes, you can see here the original traces before the doctoring took place.
You can see here Lord Cormwraith in bed with another man. Everybody knows why.
Historians don't debate that.
Historians debate maybe the motivation, and everyone knows why.
Historians reading through Lord Cormwraith's ciphered journal entries, like basically like. Okay, this one, and the rest of this chapter is just more erotic conquests. So you can skip it on to page 46, where we.
It will be hilarious to me if in campaign 4 all he's known for is smut.
Like an old famous smut author. Incredible.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Like
yes.
Like forget Giacomo Casanova's other achievements.
Yeah.
Which you would be forgiven for doing so because I don't know them.
I don't know them either. Yeah.
I assume that Giacomo Casanova was known for other stuff.
Must have done something else, surely.
Yeah.
But I don't know either, so
yeah. In any case, beyond that, however, a number of over the next week, as you enter into as we reach that point of like 5 months before the present day, we are now you are able to get a stock of the city as it stands. The old upper crust have very much been stripped away. Though the priesthood are dead or gone, or fled, the elite drow families, the houses, capital H, have either died in the fight or fled or conveniently weren't here. You get a little Sabnet, you get a little message from a little update on the Hanalis specifically.
Oh yeah, that's what we're up to.
So neither Perrin nor Masora Hanali were present in the city during the invasion. They are remaining in their expansive estates, well outside the city and beyond the main cavern of Uttu, and are, from your perspective, remaining remarkably behaved. None of your spies or scouts indicate that they are contributing anything more than lip service to the idea of retaking Uttu, despite the various efforts to the contrary. Part of this is because both of their children are presently guests at the royal palace in Alisson.
Convenient that.
They oddly enough, after their time spent with King Leon, the National Assembly did not immediately authorize their passports to continue with the Grand Tour. It would appear that they are very much being treated as guests, as political hostages go. It is entirely possible that at least the son, if he takes after his father, doesn't realise that he is a political hostage. Because they are very much being wined and dined with the royal family and the various members of the nobility, and very much not allowed to continue onwards and with the Grand Tour.
When I find out about this, I will send a message via Oksana to encouraging the government of Sue to continue this situation.
Cool. Yeah. I'll field that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's taken them off the board. There are, however, still a number of groups living in the city. Some in better situations than others. Obviously, the dwarves are doing fine.
Great, yeah.
They were already while technically everyone who wasn't a drow fit into a category of essentially being either a second-class citizen or a slave to some degree. The dwarves were very, very privileged second-class citizens with a lot of wealth and property and literal privileges, which they have now kept thanks to the support of the invasion and your government. So they're doing fine. Everyone else, however, has undergone something of a change in social status. And each of them are going to make visits. Some to you, Governor. Some to speak with the military advisor. And some will try and fail to speak with the Messiah.
Right.
What on earth would Sander do to help anyone?
So the first...
Well, I guess it depends on who it is.
Yeah.
Indeed. The first group are the freed slaves. Now that I think this one goes to both Sabnet and Oksana.
Okay.
They would try and speak to Sander, but whether Sander is approachable on this is a different matter. But I will say
that might be one of the few groups of people that they would listen to.
Oh, so maybe all three of us.
Okay. In which case, this is one of the audiences that you show up at, Sander.
Okay.
So the representative of the former slaves that makes their way to speak to you is a half-orc man. He is the sort of heavy build of a labourer, and despite the pale skin of many years, and recovering sort of look of long-standing malnutrition. His blue eyes are sharp, and he has still has quite a thick, bristly blonde beard. He does a sort of like. There's a moment when you approaches and you see him move as if he's going to do like. It takes a moment for him to correct himself, because he enters the room looking down into the side, and then with a force of will stares the three of you in the eyes and gives a sort of short nod of the head.
I return it.
Governor Commandant Lightbringer.
Please feel free to have a seat.
Thanks. Thank you.
I've arranged it so we're all sat round a table.
Yes.
It's not like we're all three looking at this person. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He takes a seat, and you can see he's.
And what's your name?
Name's Grant.
Good to meet you.
So we're still working out a lot of how we're organising exactly, but we talked about it with the different groups. Most of us are sticking together based on where we worked and what we worked in. I'm a smelter.
Useful.
Used to work in mines. We're obviously fucking grateful. I don't mean to say otherwise. Especially,
You don't need to.
As he's saying, especially he looks at Sander, but then sort of looks back to the pair of you, finding you more approachable. We've got some questions. We understand that we're free now.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of our questions is basically what next, because we've talked to some of your officers, and obviously we talked to the clerics, and we're hearing that you're planning to stay. That this is
that certainly is the plan.
Right. So obviously there's a lot of us who just want to get out.
Understandable.
A lot of us, though, we were born here, or we've got nothing left for us on the surface, and we would still probably leave, but we don't. As awful as it's been, this is our city. We lived here, we sweated and bled for it, and we fought for it.
You did.
Right. Now, I guess my first question is this Sul now?
Oh, what? Legit, out of character. What are the rules on that? I don't know.
I mean,
yes.
Legally, yes, probably.
Yeah, so technically
Legally,
this
yes.
is sort of a protectorate / occupied territory under Saul. But Saul
Yeah.
has invaded and liberated it. So
Yeah.
he says, right, okay.
So what would be my answer to him then? Is it a yes or a no?
So the answer is, it is Saul, yes.
Okay.
That is the next question. But there's but the follow-up question that he's going to ask is about...
So I give him a technically yes.
All right. Now, I've been speaking to your people, and it's that this is Saul, so we're protected by Saul's laws, but we need but you need a passport to travel, which means we need to be citizens.
Yeah.
Now, it sounds like from what we understand, there's two ways to be a citizen in Seoul. You've either got to have to have this much money or this much property, or you can join the army.
Yeah. I'm going to kind of give Oksana something here, and you can correct me if it's not allowed. I'll be honest, on the quiet, I've been advocating for a third way for this.
Okay.
But I don't have a lot of sway right now.
Right.
I'm sorry I can't offer you more options than I currently have. I wish I could. This is what I can offer you. Yep.
How much money is it?
You can explain. Basically, it's land based. So you know this.
Cool. It's land based. But if you have a thought for after, please. I'm down for bringing more to this table. The options I can offer you. You can join the army. It's how I got Soulish citizenship, stupidly. So you can do that. If you want a passport. Obviously, if you want to stay here, the city's yours, as much as it is ours. I mean, fuck me, my lot could use some of your skills, seriously. Things like smelters. Fucking useful right now. We can offer you work. We can negotiate pay. Frankly, I will get you the best pay I can manage to in the situation.
And you'd have the opportunity to rebuild the city into something that was better than it was before.
Yeah. And with having an actual say in the result, frankly. Or you can find your own work. You can do your own thing. I'm sorry I don't have more options.
I mean, it's more options than we've had in the past.
Yeah, I mean, it's a shit situation. Army pay's not bad.
Would we?
How much land is required? Is it a monetary value, or are we talking square footage?
So it's essentially comes down to monetary value, and it's glossing over it. It's basically monetary value tied to wealth and tax paid. If they get we
couldn't just grant them some land to get them a
give
passport.
them stuff.
Just giving them land. So basically, you could grant them land, but they need to make enough money to pay the tax on the land to have the vote. So
Right.
that is so basically in a sense, the more money Uttu as a city can make, the more votes it gets, or the more people who can have votes based on splitting
Right,
up, on how land and businesses and so on are divided.
Yeah, but one imagines it's a non-insignificant amount.
It's a non-insignificant amount. Yeah,
like, it wouldn't be. Yeah. It's not like we could just divide.
It's about the
half the city
how
and
much
like
the land
sort
is
it.
worth.
Yeah.
Or all that land that's not worth anything because it's full of monsters, but is just sitting there outside the city.
Yeah.
I like that. That's fun.
I mean,
could that work?
I guess at this point you call in Engineer Mottier, who
Sandra suggests this is a thought, and we call him in because none of us know how much land's worth because that's not our job.
Mottier kind of thinks,
and also Mottier seems to be pretty trustworthy with weird shit. So.
Yeah.
Mottier, who this is like, in coming into the following week, over the coming months, I'm going to say, so you don't get this immediately, but over the coming months, you, as one of the people that is willing in your command, who's willing to speak to you slightly less formally at times, Oksana, you learn that Mottier was originally a supporter of Jacqueline's movement back during the revolution, before all the terrible news came out about her and everything. Considers the proposal and draws up some and does some back of the napkin maths. All right. So looking at the population of the city is according to our best estimates. If I would need some time to draw up a proper proposal, but land won't be a problem. There is enough acreage for you to award wilderness to everyone in the city.
Mm-hmm.
The caverns are big and full of monsters.
Yeah.
Your issue is paying tax on the land in order to count. However, okay, I appreciate this is a radical proposal, but hear me out.
It's funny. I've been feeling a little more radical lately.
Monsieur Grant, you are coming together with the other people who were previously, shall we say, enslaved. I was trying to avoid it, but yes, enslaved. At your smelter, you all made. We made steel. It's literally what a smelter does. Right. So, who owns your smelter now? I mean, that is a good question.
As far as I would see it, as somebody who is in charge of the occupying force, we found you with it. It was in your place of residence. It's your skill, therefore it's your smelter.
Yes, that would follow.
That.
Why would we deprive a skilled worker of his tools, We're not barbarians.
Exactly.
Okay. So, let us say for a moment that how many people are working in your smelter? It's just called a smelter, and there's 150 of us directly, but then if you're counting for miners and sorters and so on, it's probably close to 600. Okay, so what if you, owning this smelter and the surrounding elements, agree to pool some of the income from your smelter and put that into a fund to pay tax, and then as you pay out tax for each person who owns the minimum amount of land, that would get you one additional vote. Right. That makes it a measure of sense. So what, like, we as, like, the smelter get a bunch of votes?
I mean, that's a thing. But that out of character, that's not unusual, right? Is it? For, like...
Oh, no. You basically introduced we're basically introducing the concept of trade unionism a century early.
Hell yeah, let's go!
Yeah.
Let's fucking go, yes!
No, I was going to say, this is
That's not a
sounding
thing.
very
Yeah.
commie, and I'm here for it.
I mean, that sounds very smart to me.
It would seemingly solve all of our immediate problems, yes.
And it would get passports for those who wish it?
And it would stop people having to join the army who don't actually want to. Anyone who wants to is very welcome if that's the career they want, but it does not sit right with me for it to be the only option.
So, as I understand it from what I've heard about how your National Assembly works, since we're a part of Seoul then, we'll get to choose who our governor will be.
Yeah.
Good luck, Sabnet.
That is how I understand democracy works.
I see. That's...
I mean, you can put a candidate up if you want.
Right. I suppose that gives us... Well, that does give us a reason to stick around. Thanks. That gives a... Okay.
We'll figure out the details, but that sounds like it could work. I message to, what's his face with a moustache, Motier, a message in his head. If I can wrangle it, you're getting a pay rise.
He messages back. Many thanks, sir. And it's Charles, though my friends call me Carl.
Oh, Jason, you
Amazing.
you bounder.
Alright, well, we're messing with it. This may have some
We've just
interesting...
fucked up campaign 2, haven't we?
This may have some interesting impacts on campaign 2.
Naughtyism.
Let's fucking go. Yes.
I mean, actually, I think there might actually be some precedent for trade unionism during the original French Revolution. So we might not be
almost certain there is.
Yeah, we're not too far off.
Yeah.
We've departed and somehow come slightly back.
No, the concept
the
existed
sort of-
in Britain even before that.
Yeah.
As the sort of general, without actually being a general, obviously, I give Motier license to fiddle with this until it works. Basically, I just say fiddle what is whose until everybody has a damn choice. Basically,
You've given an engineer free rein to fiddle with something until it works.
Yeah.
That's like
I put him in charge of it.
candy to a baby.
Right. This is great. Notes for campaign 2: the Motier plan.
And I promote him if need be, because I'm allowed to do that, aren't I?
Yeah,
Yeah, I
basically.
promote him.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can do battlefield promotions. Alright. I mean, cool. Well, that answers that question. Grant goes away with some news. There is... and they have and this will have some knock-on effects. We'll talk about when we come to what happens in the after these initial meetings as time goes on.
I'm gonna piss off so many people upstairs. I've said yes to that. Oh, God. Let's fucking go.
It's a legal fiddle, but it will work.
We
Oh,
do
yeah.
everything we can to make it look watertight and legitimate. I mean, and also, we just make it legal. Frankly.
Yeah.
We just make it work.
Yeah.
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 All right. There's a few more meetings that are going to happen. However, conscious that we're coming up towards the 2-hour mark, I think that we'll have one meeting that's just the siblings, and one meeting that's just Oksana. But I think those might come after these, no doubt important, messages.
This message is brought to you by the Sulian Provisional Government. Attention, Sulian citizens! For such you all are under the new regime. Lieutenant Mortier will be holding a seminar in the commissary tonight entitled What the Hell Do We Do Now? Refreshments will be served, and an open forum on what to rename the city will be held. We would like to assure all citizens that while this may be an unsettling transitional period, it is in fact the beginning of a bright and exciting future for... Well, we'll let you know when we've come up with a name.
And welcome back. So, as this sort of first month proceeds, we attend the next of the meetings, representing a second group whose position has changed within the Order of Uttu. This meeting is requested with both Cormwraiths as a civil matter, but with frankly a question to someone with religious authority as well. Now, Sabna especially, in a sense, you're used to thinking of yourself as a bit of an underdog as Drow society goes. You especially being a man in the notoriously sexist Drow society, but also being from a frankly C-list, maybe D-list noble household.
I'm like the lowest rung of the highest echelon of society is kind of how I envisaged it.
That's pretty accurate.
Yeah.
You know that once upon a time, these days there is they refer, when they talk about high society, they talk of the 40 families of Drow society, and you remember learning that once upon a time there were hundreds of powerful families, and over the last 800 years, the stability of the Empire of Ariadnea, as well as causing increasing stagnation, has also resulted in increasing concentration of political and economic power, to the point where family lines have sometimes died out, sometimes been disinherited, sometimes political unions have concentrated power and cadet branches have been left by the wayside, and it's resulted in a number of families like yours that once were there was a time way back in the Cormwraith annals, when the Cormwraiths were a more powerful and more notable house than the Rothnals.
Now that is an interesting thing.
Yeah, but that's like 600 years past.
Yes. Like great grandparents' time.
Yeah.
Not that long.
Actually, no, maybe just grandparents.
Grandparents' time. It's like probably grandparents. The last, it was your great grandparents at the point when they were at the height, when the house was at the height of its power, and in the last 3 generations, very much has continued to lose power as others gained it. So you kind of think... So in that sense, you've always thought of yourself as the underdog. But there is actually, strange as it may seem, a drow underclass. The bottom rung of the first-class citizens. These are the majority of the drow. They are the drow who have all of the rights and privileges of their society, but frankly don't have even your money or your title.
Right, they don't necessarily even own land.
Quite a lot of them don't own land.
Yeah.
In fact.
These are the folk that end up in the Ebengard, aren't they?
These are indeed
yes.
exactly the people who Naivara Rothnal recruits into the Ebengard.
Yeah.
And it's why the Ebengard is as large as it is, because they are a faction that Drow society itself has forgotten. Because, to a degree, they're not important. They don't control vast quantities of wealth or power. They don't. They have status, but they are outnumbered by the real underclass, the slaves. And even though numerically they do make up the majority of drow, and they're the ones who, apart from the handful that were part of the Arachnery that were fighting against you in the attack, or that were had positions in the in Uttu's city guard or the like, are still here. They didn't take up arms to fight, or if they did, it was to protect what was immediately theirs. They mostly kept to themselves. They and in a sense, unlike the elites, still have a lot of what was theirs. And they are currently experiencing a very strange position in this new society, in that they no longer have a heightened social position, but while they have more than those who literally had nothing, they don't have all that much. And it is one of them who has requested an audience to speak with you to address this, to ask her own questions. Sander, you've been requested to attend. Up to you if you do, as ever. Because
I mean, I'll go along. We'll see how long they stay.
Fair.
Okay. The guard knocks and opens the door to your chamber, Sabnet, and entering.
Enter.
Stepping through is a drow woman with lavender eyes, long white hair, and is clearly wearing the best black dress that she has, and it has seen better days. It is trendy amongst fashionable drow to wear black but with slashes of subdued colour. This does not have those. This is a respectable, but that's all, black dress. It might have been stylish 80 years ago. You notice that her fingers are unlike the fingers of a lot of the drow women that you're used to interacting with, have numerous small cuts and calluses on them. Not the calluses of blade work, as you might expect, but rather those of someone who uses tools a lot. Upon arriving, the first thing she does is she bows very low with a partial curtsy to Sander, and then, after a moment's hesitation, bows not only very fractionally less low to you, Sapnet.
I will return it without comment.
She stands, and after a pause, swallows dryly. You grace me with this audience, Governor. Lightbringer. I thank you for receiving me.
But of course.
I am Cyril Denethas. I am a machinist, and the other drow of Uttu have asked me to speak with you and to ask if you would address certain concerns we have.
So you've been assigned as a representative for a people with a larger body of concerns. I understand.
Indeed, Governor. Our first questions are political and economic in nature. We understand that the old way is past now.
Yes.
And that there are to be no social privileges. We have noticed that many of the great workshops, smelters, smithies, and other places of work, foundries and the like, beyond those in the Dwarven Quarter, are being claimed by the citizen. She stumbles for a moment.
Formerly enslaved citizens?
Citizens or inhabitants, she says carefully, of the city. A majority. Now, of course, it is our understanding, Lord Conrith, that these are seized spoils of war from the great houses, and such is disposed as your will dictates, my lord. Our question is to our own homes and workshops, our possessions and places of business. We did not take arms against you. While of course we understand the changes to the law, the abolitions and such forth, are our material properties to be confiscated? Or do they still belong to us?
The legal standing of your material properties should remain unchanged as far as I am concerned. If you are without people to operate it, that is a matter for which we can attempt to find a solution. But as I'm sure you can understand, with the change of regime here, there are some old ways that must remain a thing of the past.
She kind of keeps her eyes down the whole time when talking to you, like in a very while her posture is upright, her eyes are lowered. She does not look you in the eye.
This would be like a weird topsy-turvy situation for Sabnet.
Oh yeah, this is very much the opposite of what you are used to.
Yeah.
And there is a degree of obvious discomfort and unfamiliarity, from her, but she seems to have elected to treat you as if you were a higher-ranking woman.
Yeah.
She swallows a little, and while her eyes are downcast, you just see there's like a little curl to the lip, but not directed at you. Fortunately, Lord Comraith, none of the people I represent were wealthy enough to employ slaves, so this will not be a concern.
I see. Well, that is something I'm sure that my Sulian colleagues will be very, very relieved to hear. But as I understand it, your concern is that the material properties that you do own are being called into question by the change of regime. Is that it?
Yes. We are too few in number to meaningfully present, should it happen, say 100 armed individuals from deciding that our homes and workshops are being claimed for the good of the city. We wish a reassurance that the new laws will be enforced equally.
I see. Well, I can certainly have... Sorry, go on.
What has led you to believe they would not be? What indication has there been? The workshops, the tools belong to those who work them. That is all that this is.
Have attempts already been made?
No, Lightbringer. But we've always been told that when this day came, that is how it would go.
And you do actually see him deflate slightly, because, yeah, he knows that this is what people would have been told.
Uttu has long been known as a city of craft. Under the patronage of the deceased, she swallows dryly, goddess, we prided ourselves on our skill with metal and with thread. We still possess those skills. If we are prepared to support your government as much as we can, and to dedicate ourselves to ensuring the city's prosperity. We have little expectation of a bright future on the surface. This is our hope.
I see.
We are also
allow me
aware
to...
that if our rights are preserved, we would be able to apply for citizenship, and thus, when elections should come, you would, of course, be able to count upon our votes.
I see. That would be greatly appreciated. And allow me to reassure you that while I am governor, your rights and property will be protected.
She bows again. She catches herself before saying it. Lightbringer, I must ask a question to you, if you will permit it.
Yes?
We are told Uttu is dead. This is so?
A god only has as much life and power as it does have belief and followers.
She frowns, confused.
I intend Uttu to stay dead. In every way that matters, Uttu is dead.
Then she is dead. Who? And at this point, she just gets on her knees and puts her hands together. She still won't look. She would not dare meet your eyes, but kind of looks up in your direction, but slightly but not meeting your eyes. How will we cross the abyss when we die? Who will carry us across?
I'm gonna just go and I hate all this kneeling, so Sander hates this kneeling. They're just going to go kneel in front of this person and meet their eyes.
She tries to avert them further down, but with kind of a level of fear that you're used to from your time as a cleric working for the Spider Goddess. When she does meet your eyes, the terror in them is naked, both of you and of the prospect of eternal damnation.
The abyss is a dark place. We bring light to dark places so that we can find our own path through. You do not need carrying, you will carry yourself.
She nods slowly and unsteadily.
The light is there to show you the path you will walk yourself.
The light will show us the path.
The abyss is nothing more than another dark place.
The light will show us the way. Thank you. So she averts her eyes again, but bows, full onto the floor before standing up. Thank you, Lightbringer. She stands awkwardly in place, and it takes you a moment, Sabna, to realize she's waiting for your dismissal.
Sam will say, thank you for bringing your concerns to me. I hope you will be able to relay the conversation we've had here today. Let it be known that Governor Horhace is always ready to give them an ear and a helping hand. Don't let me detain you.
Thank you, Governor. Lightbringer. She bows again and departs.
I fear I may have done some actual damage there. Oh dear.
How so, sibling?
I hope what I said was true. If it is not, that might prove to be a problem in the future.
Did you believe it?
I believe it for those who can believe it for themselves.
I see.
I died. I saw no abyss.
Well, there was that
Sadly,
cliff.
it takes a moment. Yeah.
Yeah, but there was also light.
True.
So
true.
fuck that. That wasn't an abyss.
Yeah, there
There
was
was
light
not
for you. There was
the
light for
abyss,
you.
as is told, if that makes any
Yes.
Yeah,
sense.
there was not the capital letters abyss.
Not for Sander, there
no.
wasn't.
Because I didn't believe that's what came next.
Yeah.
Is what Sander thinks. So the important thing is belief.
Sounds legit.
Well,
Yeah, that's how religion
Carry on.
works. We're going with that.
well, sibling, this is far more your area of expertise than mine, but given our situation, would it not be sensible to try and find some interpretation of what you believe that gives the people hope and gives them a desire to aid you bring about the change you wish to bring?
I will not manipulate people's belief for my own political ends.
That's incredibly noble of you.
I would encourage them to belief that betters the world they stand in. We'll see if those things align.
From where I'm standing, they certainly seem to.
There's a long road ahead.
But you must understand, there is a power vacuum here. With the old regime gone, there needs to be something to take its place, or something will.
I think I may have been instrumental or part of some form of miracle that did not entirely come from me. Not that it ever does. But it was not something I chose in the way a normal spell would. Something bigger happened. I think something has filled the vacuum. Whether I would it or not.
Then I would pose you a question, and I don't know quite what the answer may mean, but the question is this. If your positions were reversed, what do you think Mila would do in your situation?
Milo would bring comfort and hope and empathy and many things that I find myself not naturally inclined to.
It is an unenviable position, don't get me wrong, but it is something you are capable of doing. I have seen you do it already. Right here in this very room. There is, I know, a fine line between manipulating people and encouraging them. All I can say is that you're already doing a better job of it than your predecessors.
Yes, but then again, so would a worm.
I do realize that does sound like I was damning you with faint praise. That was actually not what I was intending to do. But point taken.
On a related note, the worm train has stopped arriving and leaving from its stations.
Yeah, it's busy starting its own cult somewhere else.
Just down the road.
Well, I suppose we can repurpose that for something. But sibling, if you feel you need assistance in achieving this goal, then you only need ask. I know I am not in any way qualified to do what you do, but there are surely others who believe as you do.
We shall see.
And see you shall. The third of these meetings actually comes a couple of weeks later. This last group doesn't appear immediately. So, just to give you...
So how many months are we in now?
So, at this point, we're into the second month. So within...
Sorry, thank you, just taking notes.
Yeah, the same. I'm just getting like an idea in my head of how long
within the second month, you start seeing further changes continue. The temple is successfully repurposed into the city warehouse.
Yep.
Good.
And the nascent labour unions begin restoring some of the city's infrastructure. Not everyone stays. A number do indeed sign up with the army as a way to get out, or as a way to gain a voice in their government that they don't believe they would get through this burgeoning industrial system. Others still, as news comes to you, Sabnet, through your vampire secret police, make their way out through smugglers where possible, despite the need of the military to control access in and out of the city.
Yeah, actually, on that note, my connection with Clan Waterdelver, I will relay to Oksana as a means not only of getting out anyone who wants to leave, but hopefully getting in any reinforcements more safely than traversing the open caverns on the way here.
Any kind of thing like that is well received.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Waterdelvers are very good at smuggling people. They're not good for troop transport, but for now at least, the supply line, the direct line to and from the surface.
Yeah, they can help with like small amounts of supplies, I guess. Like we use it for like, I don't know, any like fucking specialist mage equipment or stuff like that. It's stuff that's a bit expensive, you know? Like we use it as a like quick transport to get stuff we need.
During this month, you also get also see the retaliatory strikes beginning as groups of Arachnery attempt to. There's only one attempt to even try and retake the city itself, and it is easily routed. You do, however, find them beginning to trying to attack the supply trains, trying to attack artillery and the like, especially as you move outwards to try to secure the remainder of the caverns. And potentially try to claim the bastions that would allow you to gain additional territory beyond the Cavern of Uttu. These attacks are initially easily rebuffed with superior firepower, but as time goes on, they become more hit and run, more guerrilla tactic based. They begin to work on sapping your strength and forcing you to overextend. There's also bad news from the scouts who you sent out to collect and stockpile breathleaf. They are able to find rare sources of breathleaf. Most of the sources are near the old Uttun shrines out in the provinces, but those, especially now that the sacrifices have been banned, and the priors have all been killed or exiled, are starting to dwindle. And when they bring breathleaf from the places where it grows naturally to the city, it does less well. Even the breathleaf in the city itself begins to dwindle and wilt as the month progresses. However, there is a change. There is hope, perhaps, that the city may persist. The unions start the forges working. Industry does proceed. People now paid and working for freedom, for representation, and for a fair share of their of the proceeds of their labour, and also amongst the drow, the crafts drow, who are trying to prove their value, both economically and in many cases to you personally, Governor Sabnet. You find a number of recruits for your arachnery.
Excellent.
Willing to help support your civilian government or your spy networks. There is, however...
They shall be gratefully received.
And also, there is the first unfamiliar sound to enter the city. The pair of you are used to Uttu always being quiet and filled with whispers, and in parts it is, but now there is, at different points, there are proudly declaimed prayers and speeches, songs, instruments being played, not quietly in enclosed rooms, but openly. It is not without attracting attention, and the defenders work on restoring the walls through this first month as curious wildlife need to be fended off. But it is certainly a change. It is in the second month that Oksana, you are having a difficult time of it. Newspapers from the surface continue in the back pages in the vein that they began. You receive mentions alongside anti-tiefling commentary. There are people questioning the wisdom of allowing the dangerous and rebellious community growing in Kion, citing the dangers of a city so recently filled with undead, painting it as a hive of scum and villainy.
Woof.
And it is... And you are needing to, at times, get sterner when it comes to being your orders being obeyed. However, it is in the midst of all of this that you receive a query, or rather a request delivered on behalf of this third group, the tieflings of the city, who request an audience with you, not addressed to you as the commandant, but directly to you as Oksana.
As a person, yeah. How's this message sent? Is it just like a closed envelope? Like
pretty much, it's delivered. It's signed by one. Crap! Had this literally a moment ago. It is signed by one. Yes, by a pair of names, Beauty and Fortitude. Who and illustrates and mentions that as members of the tiefling community, they have some questions and concerns they would like to raise with you, and have asked for a meeting with you as the wording they've used is most prominent tiefling in the occupying force.
Okay, Sabnik gets a knock.
Okay. Enter.
Hey, I close the door. Could you spare a runner for a message?
Certainly. Where are they headed?
I give presumably they've given a venue.
They've not given a venue, but they have given an address for you to send a return message.
A return address, yeah. This place, and I basically I give Sabna a letter. I tell him where it needs to go, and the letter basically says, "I will come to you." At a time late at night. Is today okay? If I don't hear, I'll assume it is, pretty much. I didn't want to send it with my lot.
I understand. I shall ensure the utmost discretion.
Thanks.
Actually, I want to roll for this to see if you do a thing. Sorry.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, go for it.
Yeah. Feel free to spice it up by all means. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Unless there is definitely a person he knows in his vampire secret police, or otherwise like his inner circle, so to speak, who he can trust to do this, he will deliver it himself disguised.
Aww.
Please roll a disguise check.
Okay.
Oh no.
Oh god. Discretion, my boy.
Was disguise one of Sabnet's proficiencies?
Let's have a look.
He had a disguise.
He did?
He did, yes, and that was what I was thinking.
Yeah.
The Praxis Iron Mask persona.
Excellent.
Who no one around here knows, actually.
No, around here knows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. I mean, literally just...
I'm happy to roll a deception check.
Yeah, please do. It's just been such a while.
Because I have expertise in that.
Yeah, I don't really... I wasn't really planning to do many rolls in this, but I'm just curious whether anyone spots you.
Okay, that is a 21.
Oh,
Yeah,
shit.
no one spots you.
Stabby boy's on the case. Hell yeah.
Yeah. So Iron Mask, you make the you head to a portion of the city. This would be part of the Free Quarter. These are functionally apartments in multi-story block housing because Uttu, despite the masses of wilderness around it, was built to it has to be surrounded by giant walls, and therefore was a bit tight on the very much believed in building vertically to conserve footprint.
Yeah, so they had to build up as well as out.
Yeah. But you do make a delivery, and knocking on the door, you are... Oh boy!
Sorry, I messed things up.
No. This is going to be very... so this is an interesting one.
It's all good.
Sort of like... Okay, here we go. I need this to get to work correctly. You knock on the door, and the door is opened by a woman who, at first, who feels on appearance to be a drow woman, though notably you see that she is wearing a polished silver mask that exposes nothing of her face except her eyes, which are the same colour as yours. Remind me what colour eyes Sabnet has?
Lilac.
Lilac, yes. Except for lilac eyes, you can just make out the charcoal skin of a drow beneath. Her hair is... she's got... remind me what colour your hair is?
Seven's hair is kind of like platinum silver.
Yeah, platinum. She's long platinum silver hair, but wears a grey dress with a lot of with jewellery around her arms, fingers, delicate drow fingers with made of silver and steel chain. Interestingly, you notice that her hands are tattooed with a script that you recognise as being infernal. I don't know if you can read it.
I don't believe I can. No.
Yep. That faintly glow cat blue.
Now, Sam, know that this is a tiefling thing,
oh, yes.
But does Sabnet?
That's a good question, because she says, "May I help you?" in your mother's voice.
Okay.
Hang on. There was one at the bar. At the bar where you were practice Iron Mask, there was one that sounded sounded like someone.
Yes, there was.
I can't remember. But I don't know if you knew that was a tiefling either, but... It's definitely not your first one, because I remember how weird it was that the barman was one of these kinds of tieflings.
Right, yeah, because I thought that was as Corzin up in Seoul somewhere.
No, it was with Praxis, and they sounded a bit like...
No, you are right, I remember the incident. It was when we all met up at Bar Celestia at that point.
Yeah, it was the first time we had all the characters in one place, which is probably why I remember it, because it was insane there.
Okay, yeah, alright. Sabnet is going to do his best through his own mask to appear cool and nonchalant, but that's disconcerting.
Fucking weird, yeah.
Let's see. Yes, I have a delivery for a beauty or fortitude to be delivered into their hands.
I am beauty. She extends a hand.
Very well.
Hella naming. Yes.
Yeah. I produce the letter.
She takes it with her tattooed hands. My thanks. A good night to you, sir.
And to you as well. And I will make myself scarce.
Closes the door. You return.
I knew there was a reason I had the mask next to me.
You return to your mansion vaguely unsettled.
Yeah, because that's a voice he hasn't heard in over 100 years.
Whoa, weird. So weird.
Yeah.
So, that evening, you also...
Yeah. If I don't hear anything to the contrary, it's probably quite late at night, like, I don't know, like 11, once Oksana's off duty, and I think she probably goes in civvies, actually.
Yeah.
So, like, muted green stripy jacket, cream shirt, brown trousers, like quite understated compared to the like crazy red, white and blue she's usually in.
As you're making your way along the streets, you pass a small shrine in which you see a bald, hairless human man with a mask of wrought silver in the shape of a butterfly, softly singing to a group of people who are singing, who are kind of softly singing in unison with him. And there is the shrine is mostly dwarven light crystals that you think were probably pried from the mansions in the upper city, and swirls of, and I really do have to say here, the colour aesthetic of the two is black and white or greys. But with all the light crystals gathered together, you can see swirls of bright pink and blue and yellow that have been painted along the wall.
Oh, beautiful.
It's the start of something. You carry on, however, up to the tenement housing and knock at the door and are greeted by are met by a you are met by a tiefling woman whose horns are not very pronounced, but pronounced enough that you recognise them under the slight sort of veil that under, sort of in between her hair, with wearing a polished silver mask through which you can see her eyes, and a grey dress with a lot of chain jewellery, as well as tattooed hands with writing in infernal that glow a faint glow cap blue. She says, "Oksana Orlov," in your mother's voice.
I visibly just... Yes, hello. Do I know this is a thing? Have I met a tiefling like this?
I don't know if you've met a chain tiefling, if you weren't at that bar.
I was at the bar, but
Yeah.
I didn't ever talk to them.
You didn't ever talk to them.
I didn't get a drink. I sat in a booth being weird with a knife baby.
Yeah, and we are... yeah.
Oh, that was a weird afternoon, wasn't it?
And you have not yet... I suspect after this, it would be the point of the timeline where you'd have, like, a week of leave to visit Kion and meet Wisdom and so on. So you have not been to Kion and met any chain tieflings there yet.
No, I've just heard about Kion. Yeah, cool. That's good to know in my brain.
Yeah.
Yes, good. sorry, I am...
Beauty.
Beauty. Good... Is that an illusion? I'm sorry to ask.
Forgive me. You have perhaps not met... I am of the lineage of the Chain and the Lost.
I'm sorry, yeah, I've never met someone of that lineage. My apologies for the startle.
I understand that the bull and the stag are more common on the surface.
Yeah, that would track, I guess. Yeah.
Please, come in. We, Fortitude is waiting for you as well.
Thank you for setting up a meeting.
Thank you for responding.
She tries to put like the veneer of professionalism back on as we're walking through. Like there's a visible like stand up, like calm down. But she's like really thrown, like it just...
It is a reaction that I am becoming more accustomed to.
I'm sorry.
I am not... well, it seems that my lineage is very uncommon on the surface. Had you grown up here, someone would have explained this when you were younger. It is not within our nature to turn this off, as it were. It is a gift. It is a gift of our blood and our nature. And I may no more. I may cover this, and I do out of politeness and respect for others. But it is as much a part of me as your horns are of you.
And in the same way they can be covered, but I get it.
And this would be the Commandant. A figure stands up from a table, and you see a tiefling man with, again, quite a different appearance, mottled grey-green skin, and his horns sweep backwards like that of a horned lizard. His eyes glow a sort of lambent yellow. And he...
So, sorry, what did you say?
So his horns sweep back, not like the horns of a bull or a stag that you're used to, but like a horned lizard.
Oh, cool.
Like,
that's fun.
In appearance. He has... Like, you might be... He doesn't have the same appearance as, like, a dragonborn. Oksana's never met Yonti or they're sort of... strictly speaking, sort of cousins, sort of the same species, lizard folk. But if she had, they'd be he would be reminiscent of, but distinct from them. He offers a hand, which you notice is has fingers spotted with ink. Fortitude.
Oksana.
Thank you for coming. Please.
Thank you for inviting me.
The pair of them take a seat at the table, and you can see that they've prepared a little pot of tea and some cups. You understand? We are not approaching you just as the pair of us, but a lot of us in the community have spoken and chosen amongst ourselves. We were chosen to speak with you.
Forgive my my ignorance, but how big is the community here?
moment while I do
I'm
a little
sorry,
bit
is
of
that a
mental
shitty
maths
DM question?
here.
Apologies.
That's all right. I don't have that information exactly on me, but we're going to say.
We can always retcon it later.
That's
my
right.
darling. Don't
We're
worry.
gonna
It's a
say-
silly question to ask.
That's right. Right. Well, it's been some time since a census, but all in all, perhaps 5,000-6,000 of us.
Wow.
Bear in mind, this is a city of, I think it's like 300,000, like, all in. Uttu is dense.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the vast minority of that is Drow.
Yeah. But also, for Oksana, that's a really big tiefling community.
Yes.
Like, 'cause
Yeah.
she's not used to tiefling communities, frankly, with her life. Wow, that's a lot of you.
There are larger communities in other cities. A lot of us are scattered. A lot more of us find employment through the provinces, but those of us here are the ones who made our living in working in the city. Most of us have trades. I am... She's... Beauty smiles. I am a jeweler. Not as upmarket as the dwarfs, but more affordable, and it is one of the gifts of my line that we are very good at working metal.
Oh, right. That's useful.
And
I'm just a bit less easy to burn.
I'm an accountant, and until the occupation I was a manager of one of the foundries.
Huh.
I like many of us, we are now taking jobbing work where we can. A lot of us... you're from the surface, so... I don't know if you're familiar with the old stories, but
Assume I'm not.
It has always been the case that tieflings have welcome in the cities of the Drow. When many centuries ago, when they first came to the Underdark, it was our ancestors who welcomed them and gave them shelter. And so it is long been both tradition and law that tieflings should be welcomed, and it is forbidden on pain of sacrifice to enslave a tiefling.
Right.
As such, we have always found work and employment traditionally with Drow households and industries. The occupation has, of course, changed things. But we understand that it is very much for the best. That is, and please understand, we are not here to ask for the old order to be restored at all. No, that is. It is more about the concern with the new order. Obviously, a lot of our old positions are no longer exist. We still have skills, but there is less demand for them in some ways.
Oksana changes to speaking in Infernal for a second. You can speak plainly.
They look at each other and...
This isn't gonna be reported back to anyone or anything like that. I'm here as a tiefling, not a commandant.
They look at each other and then switch into speaking their own dialects of Infernal.
You don't need to be politic with me.
Understand, we're not aiming to be politic, exactly. But we'd always heard how bad things were on the surface. But it's another thing to have the surface come to us.
Roxana starts really struggling with eye contact with either of them.
Now, we know that the governor has been clear about the property rights being enforced and so on. But, well, quite a number of us have had belongings taken, seized for military supply purposes. Some of our families have been kicked out by soldiers who've claimed that they are now occupying for billeting. We've tried to raise these concerns directly with the occupying soldiers, but, well, at best, our messages are not being delivered.
They're not. I've heard nothing.
We thought that this might be the case. And
I'm sorry.
It is getting worse.
Of course it is.
There have been... Well, names are the least part of it.
Aren't they just?
We want to know... In essence, we want to know what our options are here, because this is our home. Most of us have grown up here. This is where we raised our families, where we practiced our trades. But now there is less work for us. There is less of a place for us. You have to understand, we don't have the money or the land to become citizens that way. And because of where we worked and who we worked for, the foundry is not going to employ me.
Yeah.
So that route for citizenship is out for us. We are not confident. We don't think that what is ours is going to stay ours unless we can be assured that it is. That the law, which is being enforced by soldiers, is going to be enforced equally. Those chaplains, we have someone who can we have people who can read Jovan. They have read what your papers are saying.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You say this will not go beyond us, yes?
Yeah. What's happened?
We need... No one's been killed yet. But we can see the way this is going.
Yeah.
If you could assure us that that it's worth our staying, that we can preserve something here, or perhaps that we could gain citizenship working in the military, we could stay. But otherwise, we're stuck. We could try and leave for the surface, but we've always heard how bad the surface is. And it's... Frankly, if we were to try and leave for one of the other cities, well, we would probably be shot as spies. Because we would have to smuggle ourselves across the border.
Yeah, okay, how can I help here? Oksana's like, just like for the record, when Oksana's like not in private, and for a lot of these conversations you've seen Oksana in private, kind of, like with a small amount of people that she kind of trusts a bit, the veneer of professionalism is like incredible, like really, really good. And it's just been crumbling as these two people have been talking. Like, it's just... She's cracking, like, on the other side of the table. Okay, so... The way I see it, I can give you two things here. Well, I mean... Neither of them are very good, but the first one is an apology. I'm sorry. That I didn't reach out sooner, I should have done. I was worried... that it would make the situation worse. I was worried that if my lot caught wind of me meeting up with you, that it would exacerbate things, because things are bad. I thought it would make things worse for me. And also for you, potentially, because, you know, I'm a walking target right now. But I should have sent someone else, or sent protection, or something. I shouldn't have trusted that my lot would stay professional, because it's a new city. I will talk to a friend of mine. We will talk about what guard we can put around here that is not Sulian. And I'll see what I can do. In the temporary... It's a temporary measure.
So...
The other thing I can give you is... information... and opinions. I can't tell you what to do, but I can give you my take, if you want it.
Please, we do.
Okay, how do I explain this? I mean, you know what happened with me, right? I pretended to be human you've read the papers. Actually, you've read the papers. You've I don't know what they're even saying.
It's...
I don't know how accurate it is.
We've mostly read that... We've mostly read that it appears that the surface is very unwelcoming. I don't know why I did.
Okay.
We've never done anything to them.
Why would you know why? Fuck. I've never even I didn't think of that. Okay, I guess we can start there. So, up on the surface, religion-wise, there's a note of bitterness that creeps in. Things are a little different. Doctrinally, there is supposed to be one god called the Regent. And then there are saints, and there are demons. And they believe that we were born of demons. Demons are supposed to be bad and blasphemous and...
The forebears.
Yeah.
The
I was grown up told that they were demons, told that I was the child of demons.
And... Well, it sounds like demons are bad.
Yes.
Okay. So, we've heard of the... We've heard of the Regent as from the priestesses, so...
Yeah. So that's the short of the why. Not that it really fucking matters. But that's why. But I suppose the why doesn't matter as much as what it's actually like. I mean... I feel terrible that I've brought this to your door when you had it better. But how it is on the surface, I can explain it with stories. I mean, you see this mess, right? I point at the, like, awkward length horns that are, like, flat on the ends because they used to be filed down. They're, like, not very long and they're just flat and bizarre.
The Fortitude frowns and looks forward and peers at them. He extends a hand. May I? If this is...
Yeah.
He carefully touches them. Have you been... These are filed?
Yeah, they were filed for as long as I can remember.
It must have been. The bones only just started growing in underneath the horn.
I'm very ill-informed, which I think tells you a lot as well. But my point is, I filed these down forever. I don't know what shape they are when they grow fully. I don't know what they're going to look like. Because I got rid of them, and I had long hair. I had braids that I would cover them up with. And that's how I could exist. That's how I got into the army. That's how I did everything. I disguised... Yeah, I mean, I've only just started growing them, and from the papers you can see how that's going. I decided I was done hiding. And it's fucking sucked, to be honest. I got shanked a couple of months back. I get names, there are things written on my wall, despite the fact that my room's supposed to have a guard on it. My belongings are ransacked. Getting people to follow orders is exhausting. I'm constantly undercut and belittled, and I have to keep composed, or they're gonna call me a scheming thief, you know? And they're gonna say things like, "Oh, are you gonna breathe fire at me?" I don't know how to explain a lifetime of hiding and bullshit in a short way. I think this is the best I have. Oksana has, like, fold-over boots.
Yeah.
Like the top folds over. She unfolds one of them. And there's a pocket. And out of the pocket she takes what looks like a little, like tool roll. Like or brush roll, like you have stuff in. She opens it up, and in it there's a set of thieves' tools. and a really, really small amount of quite a strong healing potion, and a couple of metal rods like she has on her shoulder and on her arm brace. So these are thieves' tools, which, you know, is probably pretty obvious. My dad gave me these when I was very small, and he taught me how to use them. And every pair of boots I've ever had has had a pocket. He was determined. Every pair of boots, every outfit, everything I sleep in, even. If it's not boots, it's trousers. Something has a pocket for these thieves' tools and this healing potion. Because he didn't know when I would need it.
Throughout this conversation, there's been a look of initially disbelief and then dawning horror and kind of outright dread from the pair of them.
I'm sorry for scaring you, but this conversation isn't one to lie in, and the Sulian soldiers are not gonna start being kind anytime soon. But, I can give you one good thing. There's a place in Seoul, it's called Kion. It's the beginnings of a safe place. It's the most tieflings I've ever seen in one place. Normally, you know, there'll be an alley that no one knows exists, and it'll be full of tieflings, and they're disguised or in crime spheres for work.
They said, the newspaper said that this Kion was full of crime.
Yeah, they're gonna say that because it's full of tieflings. That's a stereotype.
Oh.
And I suppose
Like
it comes from
halflings.
somewhere because we
Right.
can't get work, so what the fuck else do you do, you know? My family live in the middle of nowhere. They have money, and I could pass. So they spent most of our savings to send me to wizard school, disguised. And then I fucked it up, so... yeah.
But I felt like somebody had to be the first. And I'm not stupid enough to think I'm the only one in the army. I can't be the only one who's done this. But... If you want my advice... I'm so sorry to tell you to leave where you live. And I will do my best to get you protection. But it's my voice against theirs.
And you won't be here forever.
I don't think so. And I don't know who else will advocate for you. If there's a way I can help any of you get to Kion who want to, I will do it.
See Fortitude sort of run his fingers over his scalp, sort of bit his horns between them. By the founders, I never imagined this. We really just have to run.
Don't join the army. I know that's a bit fucking rich. Don't join the army right now. I've made it so much worse.
Right.
I'm sorry, I feel like it's my fault because I came out and hate crime is up since I came out. So I'm sorry, I've made it even worse than it already was.
Kyle.
And I'm sorry that I've brought this to your door. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I'm ashamed.
There's a complex look. Fortitude just has his head in his hands, eyes darting, thinking. Beauty pulls herself up a little, and through the mask, you get the feeling that part of her is trying to be understanding, and part of her is hearing you blame yourself and joining you. But after a moment, she says, "Well, it's hard times for us, but I suppose you were trying to do the right thing, and
I was hoping for change.
And you have brought it.
Somebody had to be the first. And it was I'm not gonna lie that some of it wasn't for me, but most of it wasn't. I wouldn't have done this for myself. Met this little kid. She wants to go to wizard school. I didn't want her to be the first. So I came out so that maybe I could take most of the shit, so she'd have a bit less. That was the intention. The result is shit. And I'm sorry. If you want me to go, I'll understand.
Beauty's fingers tighten on the table. She looks like she's about to take you up when Fortitude, raises a hand a little stiffly. This girl. What you're trying. The learning magic, on the surface, that's something anyone could do if they're not us.
Anyone except the teeth, yeah.
Do you think it will work?
Shit's fucking good. She's way better than I was at that age. She's a genius.
I wish you had not brought this war here, but I do understand it. I cannot say I would do differently for my own daughters. You can help us get to this Kyle.
I have some contacts.
Some of us
both
will...
there and here, actually. I think I could help.
Some of us have family in other cities or the provinces.
If I can help you get there, I will too. Anything. I'm yours.
They look at each other uncertainly, but nod slowly. We will bring this to the other tieflings?
Yeah, just, maybe send messages through Governor Cormwraith.
Very well.
And I will see what I can do about getting you some protection that isn't Sulian.
There was a figure with there was a drow with an iron mask who brought your message.
Oh.
Maybe we can go through them.
Yeah. That will work.
Well,
This is embarrassing. I have a question. Sala looks eye-baggily over at the tiefling with horns.
of course.
I get if you don't want to answer it. It's really weird and personal. How the fuck do you sleep with horns?
Oh.
How do you do that? My dad just sort of hangs his head off the end of the bed, but I've literally never grown them before. And I don't know how people do it. I'm so tired.
He stands up, gestures, and points you to a room. You can see that there's just that they have stepped pillows.
Oh shit, that's really simple.
And then there's like a couple. There's like one that's just like a little step. Another one that's like a little U-shaped, like one of those really uncomfortable travel pillow things, but like better designed.
I don't suppose there's a place I could buy one of those.
Yes, we'll get you one.
Thank you. There really aren't things for us upstairs. No one tells you this shit.
Hats with buttons.
With buttons?
With straps and buttons to go around the horns.
Huh. Thank you. That's actually really... My hat stopped fitting recently, and... You know, I'm a commandant. I'm really supposed to wear it, but I look like a dickhead.
This was the city of weaving. I'm sure someone can alter your hat for you.
That would be amazing. I'm sorry to ask you for anything after what I've brought. I haven't spent a lot of time with big groups of tieflings, so there are questions I haven't really got to ask anyone. It's fucking lonely, to be honest.
BT nods stiffly. Thank you for seeing us and for being so forthright.
I'm sorry for everything. I'll get out of your hair.
She nods again stiffly and stands up and escorts you to the door. We will be in touch.
Mm-hmm.
Good night.
Good night.
The door closes firmly behind you.
Oksana sends to Sander. Emergency meeting, very important. Tell your brother to. Your quarters, not mine.
Very well.
I go and see them.
Yeah.
I hope this is okay. But
Oh yeah,
it's
yeah,
just an
absolutely.
impulse I haven't followed
You
it.
have an emergency meeting happens.
Yeah.
You gather together.
Oksana's not looking good. Like, it's probably like the least composed you've seen her. Like, normally a reasonably composed person. So... Sapnit, could you spare any vampires?
I'm sure I could. Is this for some clandestine operation?
Yeah, the tieflings need protection, because my lot are fuckheads.
I see, he says with comprehension.
Yeah. Xander, I don't know if there's anything you could do with your cult. Sorry, I'm a bit tired, I just used the word. But if you can, I'd really appreciate it, because my lot, we need to pull them out of that place.
I don't know that there's much practical that can be done beyond insisting that they don't treat people differently. It won't stop those who don't believe in it.
Yeah, they won't give a fuck. But yeah, if we could arrange some protection, I'd really appreciate that. And if the three of us could have a really big drink, yeah.
Is there anyone specific we should be setting fire to, or is this more of a general problem?
Like the entire Sulian army, maybe? The whole of Sul, maybe. Yeah. Sorry, I was really going to come in here and be a commandant, and I just don't have any today.
Well, we burnt the city down once. There's nothing to say we can't do it again. Perhaps this is not the time, though.
And in the meantime, we shall have to make a proper effort to show that we are, in fact, punishing any crimes committed against tieflings to the full extent of the law.
Publicly.
It won't change the fact that these crimes still happen, but at least it needs to be shown that the law is, in fact, as we have always claimed, being meted out equitably.
Yeah, if you could spread around that they report any crimes to your lot rather than mine, I think that would be smart. Also, you two used to smuggle people out, yeah?
Yes?
Yes.
Are those routes still available?
They can be made so.
Could you help them get to Kion? Or other cities, whichever they want. Could we set something up? I'm gonna get in trouble, but I don't give a fuck.
How many people are we talking?
I don't know. You would have to ask. I know there's a few thousand, they said. I don't know. I don't think many of them are gonna end up staying.
It would be difficult to do all at once, but piece by piece, absolutely.
I think we could probably come up with something that works. I have contacts in Kion as well that might be willing to help.
It would draw less suspicion. I have a contact on the surface I can send word to get in contact with yours if you think that would be helpful. Yeah, they are another tiefling.
I think that would be good. Also, my lot have some criminal ties. They might be able to help with fake papers and shit.
Yes.
If needed. I need to make this right.
I understand. Right. Rest assured, we shall do everything we can.
And now, if it's okay with you, maybe we could all have a really big brandy.
Certainly. I managed to acquire this recently. It's a very good vintage.
Lovely. Let's do that.
Is it in fact a very good vintage?
Well, that depends, actually, on whether or not I... No, it depends on whether or not I have had the time in the interim to go to the Rothenal estate and look for Adrin.
You know, it's been 2 months, so I'm going to say that not yet, but in the next month you will, and I will give you the outcome of what happens there.
Alright, in which case then, it is the best vintage his own cellars can supply, which is probably nothing to sneeze at, but, not top of the shop.
I mean, it's fine, yeah. I have one more thing just cooking in my brain. when Oksana's like a brandy or two deep. Like, she's not pissed, but she's unusually got her guard lowered, and is also like still an emotional mess, to be honest. And just at one point, just looks at Sander. Says, "So I know we don't usually talk, and it's great, by the way. I really appreciate it. But I'm gonna do something slightly out of our remit and give you some unsolicited advice. You are valued.
Mm-hmm.
You're valued, and rightly so. You have power that people don't question. Do you know how fucking precious that is? Getting anyone to do what I say is exhausting. People run up to you wanting to do what you say. Use it. Don't shrink away from it."
She makes a very good point, sibling.
I haven't been saying it because it's not my business, but, you know, I'm 2 brandies in and really sad, so here we are. Just, please do something with it. Don't hide. Only hide if you fucking have to.
I have seen what people with that kind of influence, who enjoy it and use it more than perhaps they should, I've seen where that leads.
I get it.
And I don't think myself beyond that path.
I don't think you're like those people. And I think
yes, you've proven you're not them.
I think how afraid you are to be like that shows that you are worthy of this power.
It's an advantage, if anything.
So use it. For people like me.
I would be no different from any of them were it not for one person a long time ago. And I fear that the wrong person, again, could change me back.
And Sander?
So I will take this path carefully.
I would be no different from any other person if I had different parents, but here we are. Neither of us are qualified. I'm not qualified to be the face of fucking tiefling rights. You're not qualified to be the new bringer of light or whatever. But it's happened. We're both here. So...
And the person who should be here is dead, so I will fill the place as best I can.
Yeah. And I'm gonna get those tieflings to a place that's safe if it fucks my entire career in the process, so... or if it kills me, you know, whatever. We've got to do
Let us make sure it doesn't come to that.
Good luck. That's it.
Okay.
I had an impulse.
I
that's
think
okay.
probably after that, and regularly in the evenings after that, Sander just goes around like where big tiefling businesses are and just leaves, like, casts Guardian of Faith, which leads like a figure of light that will physically harm enemies.
I'm obsessed
So
with
if
you.
anyone does try to attack a building or damage it or hurt anyone around there, it does like 20 points of damage to anyone who's within its radius.
Oh, that's quite a lot.
And it does it like it only does it like 3 or 4 times. I think it does 60 points of damage across 20 points at a time.
That's like 120
It's quite
commoners.
a high level spell, but yeah, Sander just leaves them places. Like places associated with tieflings. You just get glowing figures protecting them.
After the second person-shaped pile of ashes is discovered, the message gets around.
Oksana laughs when she hears about this.
They're all sort of like dwarf-shaped. They all look a bit like Myla, but it's an indistinct figure.
Aww.
I'm going to say that over the coming... So we're going to gloss over some time a bit describe a lot of things. There's possibly 3 significant chats left, and I'm going to try my best to keep them fairly short for time, as time progresses.
Sorry, I didn't mean to drag that out.
It's okay. It's alright. That's why we made time for this. During these coming months, Sander, you are approached repeatedly by the clerics of the Lightbringer, as some people are calling them. In particular, the halfling, bugbear, and the masked human, who you learn are respectively the halfling with the wisps of white gold light is Hope, who was Fury. The bugbear with the silver-winged moth spirit and golden and gleaming blue eyes is Mercy, who was Fang. And the human, bald, hairless human with the silver mask, whose spirit is a warming flame, is Chainbreaker, who is Chainforger. Just because I never actually got the opportunity to name those 3 on air. And they ask you more questions about how to pray and how to worship, which you reluctantly answer. Based on some of the things that you've said previously and chats we've had off air, you lay down a few other you sort of unwillingly lay down a few other commandments. They ask what to do now that they're not sacrificing people anymore, and I have your response that you instructed not that they abandon material sacrificial offerings, as you state that sacrifice is about giving up of yourself, giving up time and energy to help others. They
very quickly clarifying, not sacrifice. No, put that knife away. You're not sacrificing yourself.
They ask, when attempting to ask for advice about art and music, you make an offhand comment about Celestia, and murals depicting Celestia and the Rainbow Spirit start appearing.
Fuck yeah.
Oh, wow.
Like someone finds an Ophicleide and begins playing it.
Brilliant.
Celestia and the Rainbow Spirit accidentally become a part of the canon that is developing around you.
Celestia's first billboards. Amazing.
And a phrase becomes common. The light will guide your way even across the abyss.
I fucking hope it will.
Your cult grows and develops, and begins to focus more, following these lines, on being on loud, communal, bright and musical celebrations. However, time marches on. The months proceed. And as part of that 3rd month, once things are stable enough, Sabnet, you take a little bit of time to go to try and pursue the tracks of Adrian Rothnall.
A little jaunt.
Along the way, having sent some instructions in advance to your own household, to the Cormwraith Estates,
Yep.
you are deeply disconcerted to not find your housecarl Phineas ready to report to you.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to want to know what happened there.
In fact, it takes some time. It takes a bit of time for you to track down a member of your house servants who is still around. You manage to find, actually, like scratching out a living in the house. The only one who's one of the handful that is still there that you know by name is the overseer of the mines, Kotar, a half-orc woman.
Yep.
With a shaved head, grey, almost greenish-grey skin, and protruding tusks. She blinks a little disbelievingly upon your return.
Lord Comrith?
Yes, it's me. What has been going on here?
Why, Uttu, we weren't sure if you'd return or if you were alive.
I can quite definitely assure you I am. Where is everybody? What happened to Celestine, Phineas, Jimothy?
Celestine and Phineas are dead. Jimothy, vanished. I don't know. The elf, the drow came here. He took them and went after went to the Rothnell estates.
What did this drow look like?
I wouldn't have really described him as standing out much on appearance. Silver hair, average height, wore a robe, had a long blade, but there was a moment when he spoke. Phineas tried to he asked for directions. Phineas knew that you were wanting us to investigate the Rothnell estate to let you know if anyone was coming. And when he tried to get a message sent to you, that drow, it was the strangest thing. He spoke with two voices, like his, but overlaid with a woman's voice as well. And then I watched him cut Phineas in half with a single blow. And so, sorry, I need you to remind me of the other one's name. It began with the Z.
Celestine.
Okay. Celestine, she tried to run and he just reached out and it was like she started choking, like he was strangling her from 20 feet away. And then he took Jimothy, and I don't know what happened beyond. We all hid. He just started killing everyone who was a possible witness. I had in the mines to escape, but I think he went last. We saw the tracks were going towards the Rothnell estate.
You did well to hide yourself. I can't be sure, but from what you've described, that sounds like a justiciar, which means the Empress is taking personal interest in my affairs.
Very, very good, my lord.
Secure the household as best you can. I will return soon.
Of course.
But I need to investigate the Rothnell estate for myself.
And you, taking your riding spider, you do.
Shana, yes, onward. Onward, Shana, there is fuckery to spread.
Amazing.
That was meant to be less like horse clips, more like chittering.
Yeah, more like...
Yeah. So, you head out to the Rothnal Estates. The Rothnal Estates are... I mean, A, abandoned, B, burned. You... Over the next 48 hours there, you comb the place with a fine-toothed comb. You're able to piece together a story for yourself of what happened. By your best guesses, you reckon Adrin probably got back here first. All of the signs of the main household indicate that the house was abandoned quickly with everything of value. Certainly from your searches, there's very little paperwork or ashes of paperwork remaining. From the way it was done, your best guess is that they would been preparing to leave in a hurry for a very long time.
Right. They had their escape routes planned.
Indeed. All the valuables are gone. There's no sign of the household staff. There is no sign of any of the guards, certainly of none of the family. A small handful of bits and bobs here and there have remained. Certainly the day orb that Celestia spoke about being in the solarium.
Well, I'm nicking that.
Oh, no, that's gone. They took that one with them. But you do find the bracket it was kept in.
Okay.
You also note where the flames that followed have left traces of dried out and withered plants, that there are a few places where select plants were carefully and expertly removed. Others were left here to perish, including, you note, a coffee plant, the full coffee bush.
What a waste.
Indeed. You are relieved to find that a number of the vintages did preserve in the cellar.
Yoink, yoink,
Apparently,
yoink, yoink.
Not meriting the value not meriting being sufficiently high value in portability to be worth taking, but not in the way of the flames. A handful of keepsakes you collect for yourself here and there.
I'm going to nick if they have an ashtray on a desk somewhere, I'm going to nick that, and I will steal from the pantry if I don't know if Oksana saw this, they might be able to identify it as a pineapple, but to Sabnit it is merely a flamboyant potato.
An excellently flamboyant potato.
Like Sabnit, a flamboyant potato.
You do find in a secret compartment that has been exposed by the fire an ashtray and the remains of a pipe hidden in what you think was probably Naivara Rothnal's office.
Oh my god.
Yoink, yoink.
A sadly twisted by the slightly melted by the flames cafetiere type thing in what you suspect may have been Peleus Rothnal's office. As well as one very, very cracked and destroyed tea set. Well, actually, numerous cracked and destroyed tea sets. They didn't take there was a lot of crap and so on that didn't go with them.
Is there any family portraits? I will slash them just out of spite.
The remnants surviving from the flame, you slash out of spite.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
They didn't bother taking the portraits. Those were apparently not high value enough.
Fair enough.
Or at least considered worth the difficulty of shipping them out quickly.
Yeah, fair enough.
It takes you a while, and you were told where they were located by Celestia to find the secret caverns where the Ebon Guard were trained.
Ah, yes.
Similarly, every sign indicates that this place was abandoned quickly but neatly. You discover, going to the outlying mines, that's where you find bodies. Most executed by a single stroke of the blade. Others, apparently, from what remains of the bodies that haven't been devoured by wildlife, seem to have just been strangled or broken from high falls.
Oh, wow, okay.
There are points where where it suggests that regular overseers might have tried to mount resistance and all died.
Right.
Again,
If I find the body of anybody notably in authority, I will take it back in order to try and have Speak with Dead cast on it.
You do. You can. You do. The figures in authority were all third string overseers.
Right.
And
okay, so
the
that's not
first
much.
they even found out that the Rothanals were gone was the arrival of the Justicia.
Right.
It sounds, but you definitely learn from speaking to the dead what you already suspected, which is, the Justicia got to this place, swept it, and then burned it to the ground.
And it was presumably also the Justicia that torched the estate as well. They didn't burn it in order to cover their retreat.
Nope. Oh, no.
Okay.
In fact, I'm actually going to say... Let me just roll for this. You do find one body. It's not Jimothy. But who, upon Speak of the Dead, mentions that they were dragged by the Justicia along with a figure matching Jimothy's description through the estate and forced to give a tour before they were executed.
Right, okay. No indication whether or not Jimothy got out.
Jimothy's fate is unknown and unknowable.
Well, I suppose that halfling had to have some luck sometime.
Let's see. That,
All right.
and that is as much as you were able, I believe, as much as you were able to find.
Yeah, I mean, if there's nothing of, like, military value or a clue as to where the Rothanals have gone, I mean, like, my guess, given what I already know, would be the surface somewhere, but...
You're definitely sure that they've gone to the surface.
Yeah.
I will say that you salvage as much as you can of different things of potential interest and ferry them back to your office in the city.
Yeah.
It takes some time for you. It's months later as you're examining like one burnt out board that almost everything on the board is gone. And while you have mages try and mend it, there's information loss is a real problem.
Mm-hmm.
But you do have experts. I are on hand, including a number of the oh-so-helpful Drow underclass, who are able to do a little bit of forensics with you. And you piece together that this was the backing of a world map based on the fragments of on the fragments that you are able to that still exist on it, that persist through the burning, and going over it with a fine-toothed comb, you realise that there were impressions that, with a lot of work, you were able to map to sit at the locations of cities on a world map. Including Tyre, Alisant, Crosswater, and over in... It takes you a while to work this one out. All the way over in Sunder, Thunder's Watch, Newmark, the position slightly north of Newmark, where probably a couple of months later, where probably around about the same time as Sabnet realizes this, there's a whole incident involving fungal zombies and chocolate. And while you can't recover much of it, there is definitely a sense that whatever this operation was, it was globe spanning.
Right, okay.
And focused on two areas in particular, Sul and Sunder. Particularly the Osirian colonies in Sunder.
Alright. I will, as and when this may, and I'm not saying it will, but may become relevant, mention this to Celestia, but that's out of my hands.
That's for downtime, yeah.
Oh yeah, totally. Yeah, I'll definitely keep a record of this. And the only other thing really I would want to know at this point is, how much does the Justicia know about me and my current whereabouts?
Hard to tell, but the one good bit of news is that as far as all of the evidence you can gather suggests, the Justicia made his way to the surface right after the Rothnals. So unless another one turns up in the city coming for you, until another one turns up, because you have kind of thumbed your nose at the Empress, you're okay right now.
Okay. I will not rest on my laurels with this one. I know how tough Justicias are, and I'm going to spend the intervening time doing what I can to try and prepare as best I can for their inevitable arrival.
Level up montage.
Level up montage.
Or setting extra traps in places, and
Yeah. There's that moment where you suddenly realise, oh no, I'm not the plucky hero that can defeat an army by himself. I'm the guy in charge of that army.
Yeah.
So, time passes onwards. And a lot of that initial optimism, a lot of that initial hope begins to fade under the grind of time. The war on the surface rages onwards, and the resistance forces, the guerrilla arachnery raids, begin to find their strengths. They aren't able to attack the city, but what they can do, and they do well, is raid your supply lines. Even with the city and the provinces able to gather food through cricket farms and the like, in addition to what makes its way down from the surface, the artillery, the firearms need ammunition. Soldiers need supplies. And those convoys can be attacked, and are attacked. Often, the thing that they learn is even just an initial raid is enough if they can get the troops to start firing firearms deep enough in the wilderness.
Yeah.
The first time, it's not too long. Even wolf beetles or razor moth swarms will do, but there is something to be said about the first time that a group of artillery comes up against a cave horror and loses.
Oof.
You don't get that report until a scouting group finds the artillery, by the way.
Shit, alright.
There are
nasty way to go.
Yeah, there's very few reports of what a cave horror looks like. Mostly stories.
Sorry, I'm laughing because of the fucking magic arrow. Anyway, carry on. The cave horror. All that shit.
No, really, a cave horror.
I really hope there is a revival of a revised version of that play at some point.
Zanny.
Like a less racist one.
Oh, God.
Oh. But does it have the same feel? Oh.
Is the song as good? Just anyway,
Yeah.
carry on.
On top of that, the breath leaf continues dying out. It dwindles. And the air dwindles with it. It's slow, but the air grows thinner. From a time when you're... One of the things that you are used to, Sandra and Sabnet, in which you noticed when you first arrived, Oksana, is that the air was fresher than it was on the surface. But over time it gets closer to that of the surface. The bugs of burden, things like giant stag beetles and the like, grows slower. People are tiring quicker. And even with the foundries working with industry fired up by its prospects, everything slows down. They aren't yet grinding to a halt, but it's getting harder and harder as the air just begins to run out. The breath leaf isn't growing. The time comes for... Actually, that's not the only thing. There are changes. The unions do grow. They struggle as best they can against it. And there are people fighting, dedicated to stay. But it's swiftly... But there's a division that grows between those struggling to stay out of pride or fierceness or because it's their homes, and those taking any opportunity they can to leave, whether it be smuggling themselves out, joining the army. Over the next 4 months, the population of tieflings slowly but surely dwindles until...
I personally help with that wherever I can.
Until almost all are gone. And you do. And you are successful.
Well, there was one little thing I wanted to do with them before.
Yeah.
Oksana asked about their tattoos and where they got them from.
Beauty is
just before they all go.
No, Beauty is able to make an introduction to the tattooist, who does regular ink as well as glow cap ink.
Cool. Whenever we next describe characters, I'll talk about what she gets.
I'm going to have one last description in the final month.
I thought we were planning on doing that, so I'll save it.
Cool.
I'm going to say that the number of tieflings dwindles. Some do leave for the other cities, smuggling themselves out with the dwarves through across the border, even through the hostile held bastions, which even with artillery you do not manage to take, simply because even when you're able to take one, you can't hold it. You can't get the ammunition there. You can't get the supplies there.
Oksana would personally make as many openings for tieflings to leave through as she possibly could, even if it meant well-placed fireballs.
Many more leave for the surface through, and here the silversmith and the Fisher Kings, who are experts at forging papers, and of course are in with the governor, are able to make a big difference here.
I also talked to Justice and co, talked to the Gramanis.
Yeah.
Because I realised we got this wrong earlier. I went to see them before I even came out. That was when I went to them. So I definitely had met them.
Yes, you have met them.
Yeah,
I apologise. Then.
Oh, it's alright.
Yeah,
it's
we
fine.
swivel this round. You've met them. You sent messages.
Definitely did that
Thank
earlier. But yeah, basically used them as the contact in Kyle.
Some timeline is played with, but it all works out. They go to the surface. Sabnet, your contact, Liberty, is also able to smuggle other tieflings out as well.
Excellent.
There is a quiet moment in the 5th month. A few hundred tieflings are remaining. Some are waiting for their chance to go still, the lost. Others are the handful staying behind in their homes. But you have one last meeting, this time at the docks, because Uttu does border the Uttu Sea, the underground, the massive underground lake that connects to the different canals. One leading back up to the surface through the city, another that will, and the snaking smugglers ones included, others that lead outwards to beyond to the rest of the Underdark. And Beauty and Fortitude meet you on the docks. It's quiet. The guards' patrols are elsewhere. You can arrange that. And they meet you just to say farewell.
Oksana's always very small, like around these two. There's still a guilt.
The Fortitude offers a hand. Well, the papers have worked for everyone else thus far, so
I'm glad.
I'll be heading up to this Kion. There's
It's a good place.
I've been told to... I'll be meeting some others up there. There's a woman called Lily, Lily, who will be helping house us.
She's kind. You'll like her.
Well, it's still a shame to say goodbye to it all, but...
I'm sorry you have to.
Hey, I understand there'll be need for accountants in Kion.
For sure.
Not much call for us here. He smiles and inclines his head before stepping onto the barge that will smuggle him away.
Good luck.
To you as well. I hope your girl gets into school.
Oh, me too. Me too.
Easy stands by another barge going in a different direction. She steps forward and offers a hand as well.
Hesitantly. I don't think that's been offered before.
No,
right?
it
That's
hasn't
the
from
vibe I'm
her.
getting.
She takes it, squeezes it. You know, I don't think I ever thanked you.
What have you got to thank me for? Yeah.
Thank you. You did not have to help us out.
Yeah, I did.
Yes, you did. But I'm still grateful.
Oh.
She smile. You get the crinkle in her eyes of a smile beneath the mask, and she puts a hand on your shoulder. Thank you. I will not pretend that I'm not a little angry still, but...
That's pretty fair.
But you've helped a lot of us get out. And you are not responsible for the surface.
I will try and get that into my head. But I'm still sorry for everything.
Hey,
Even if it wasn't my fault, I still would have done everything, but it's the fucking least I could do in the circumstances, so I'm sorry. Thanks for, thank you.
better you than someone else, I suppose.
I know things between us haven't. You've been understandably angry. But it was still nice to spend time with a group of tieflings. Even if we were mad. So thank you for that. And the pillow. And the horn advice.
I see that the two is looking good too, so...
Thanks.
One day, I believe this anger will be gone from me. At you, at least. But I will always remember, and we will always tell stories of Oksana Orlov, who helped us get back to our people.
Whoa. Okay. Fuck. Thank you. Take care, yeah?
You as well. Farewell, and may the founders keep you safe as
And
best
you.
they can. inclines her head, steps onto the barge, and the barge dwarf pushes off quietly into the dark.
I watch them go, and by the time I've turned back round, the professional face is back on.
You, sadly, pay a price as well, and it's a price in reputation. Although you help the tieflings of Uttu escape, it is impossible to fully hide that this evacuation has happened. And people blame you. They draw conclusions, and it is fuel to the fire of the rumours and slander and libel set against you. Your relations with your command grow colder.
Things get worse, yeah.
Much worse. All of you, over the course of the months to come, experience assassination attempts. The majority...
Subnet will keep a tally.
Oh, don't get me wrong.
Oh my
Most
God,
of
do we
them
have a
are
competition?
caught.
Who's got the most attempts?
Not officially, but...
Yeah.
Hey,
Narrowly, Sabnet wins.
Hell yeah.
Though you are counting the ones that got into the same building but didn't get far enough to be sure which one they were going for as Sabnet.
Okay.
Assassinations. Sander assassination attempts are surprisingly few, but dedicated. More than there are some very, very fervent figures that come for you in the name of the spider goddesses.
Yeah, but they only do it once.
Individually, yes.
Yeah.
There is...
They don't try, the same person doesn't get a chance to try twice.
You do on multiple occasions hear the cry shortly before they are immolated of Uttu lives in death.
Okay.
That doesn't even make sense. Try harder.
You say to the ashes.
So savage, all of them.
Yes.
It is on to the, I think, penultimate of these chats, because the last one is going to be for the three of you. Not long before, I think this is month 5, so 2 weeks to a month before the end. Matcha Mistson makes the journey for a personal visit to you, Oksana.
I don't know why this feels important, but although the tieflings adjusted the hat, she hasn't been wearing it. She's not wearing it now.
He meets with you alone in your office.
Hey.
Hey, it is... He frowns. Oksana Roko... Matière Misson, there we go. Oksana or Commandant, how do you want to do this?
Oksana.
He nods. Then, Oksana, would you mind pouring us both a drink?
Sure.
He takes a seat. It's bad news.
Shocker. What's the news?
The war upstairs is... well... You've read the internal reports. It's going. It's not going badly. It's not going well.
But it's been going for some time.
As has the one down here.
Yeah.
I have read the reports you've sent, and so has the Assembly. They've called a debate as to whether or not to give the order to pull out.
Right.
It's...
I mean, we can't breathe down here. I get it.
That's part of it. And we cannot afford the equipment and material losses to push outwards from this cavern. We could perhaps hold the corridor down.
Those bastions are killer, to be honest. It's been... yeah, you've read it.
He nods.
When everyone's tired as well, you know. It's the air.
I had originally read your report about how the air was fresh, but he nods.
It was.
It sounds like, according to Sabnit's, Lord Sabnit's own reports, it sounds like there's been little to no success with the breath leaf.
Nothing.
They found places where it grows, but when they bring it out,
it does.
Perhaps some of the academics want to study it. They have some theories, but nothing concrete. Not a solid way to make it grow. And if we cannot support a city down here, and if we cannot justify the expense of maintaining the garrison,
yeah,
then the Assembly will vote to strip the last of the resources here and evacuate everyone we can.
Right. Right.
I need a reason to stay. I need a reason to stay that benefits Sul. If you want me to convince them.
I don't have one. I don't have one. And I don't know why I should. I can't remember why I should benefit Sul. I'm in a uniform for an army, for a country who treat people like me like vermin. And that I'm not safe in, and I don't know what I'm doing, and I don't have a reason.
So that's what it is. And you left me alone in all this. All you said was court martials are a thing. Like, I didn't know that. And I don't... I'm out. I'll finish my commission. But I can't. I can't.
He nods slowly. Takes a sip of the brandy. If this place, this city, if we leave, well, if we leave, I will have use for you on the fronts. But
great.
If we do not, if we stay, I can give you a choice of posting here or on the front of the surface.
I don't know. I feel the exact same right now. Yes, I finally ran out of professionalism. Huh? It's gonna happen one day. I hope your country is worth it. I really do.
I believe that in the end it is. Draws a small sealed letter and puts it to one side on your desk.
Was that?
Sort of waves dismissively at it. It's for later. Whatever happens to this place, there is a future. We will see it, and I keep my promises as best I can.
There it is.
Goodbye for now, Oksana.
Bye.
Drains the brandy, pops the glass down and leaves.
What's the letter?
Door closes, you pick it up. It's from... Letterhead is from Alisont University. It's a letter of acceptance for one Wisdom Grimani.
I just sit at my desk and stare at it and cry for like a really long time, to be honest.
moment comes. On the 6-month anniversary, pretty much quite close at this point to where we are in the timeline of the main campaign. The three of you find yourselves at the edge of what was the plaza that was filled with statues of intercessors and other drow past, and was for a time a sort of decorative park with progressively dying breathleaf. And there is a feeling to you of the thinness of the air, the weight of the city. But there's also a sight and a sound unknown and unfamiliar to the Uttu of the past. Even as the city is dying, you see the people gathering together in this festival, in this plaza. They have brought out lights, candles, light stones. The walls are covered in bright pigments, often imported at cost from the surface, at great cost from the surface, or mined and ground up elsewhere where the dyes and where pigments and gemstones exist. And everything is painted brightly with colour and light. Music is played. Everything is filled with sound and colour. No doubt, like the wildlife is going haywire over it, but the walls stand. And a celebration of life and freedom and fierce striving against the dark, the growing dark, is taking place. Sander, you have repeatedly and emphatically refused any offers to lead this. So
Absolutely not.
So, but and not even exactly leading, but definitely prominent. You do see Hope, who is Fury, Mercy, who is Fang, and Chainbreaker, who is Chainforger, leading different parts of the parade as they're gathering together as it's sort of coming to a head. And there is and the three of you find yourselves sort of in a moment of not quiet, but like a bubble of space in this last day. The Sabna, nothing anyone has done has been able. No majors, no scouts have been able to bring back working breathleaf. Sander, the news has filtered to you that Sul is not willing to wage further a war to liberate the other cities.
Yeah, I broke it to the pair of you, I think.
Oksana, you know that the vote in Alisont on the city's fate is coming tomorrow. This celebration might be the last day the city has. If you've any words to say to each other, now is the time.
I actually think I walk up between the two siblings and just put a hand on either one's shoulder. This is it, isn't it?
It certainly seems to be.
Not normally want to talk like this, but I wanted to say thanks to both of you. I mean, professionally, but who the fuck cares? But just, I needed friends. Thank you.
And
I
thank you.
I don't know how I would have stuck it out. I look at Sabna. Sorry, I was such an asshole to you for so long.
I'm sure I earned it. But if the last 6 months have taught me anything, it's that people in positions such as ours need all the friends they can get.
Yeah. And you did earn it, but you earned the rest too.
Thank you.
How you doing, Lightbringer?
Trying to remember if I've ever had friends prior to all of this.
Fair.
Life was certainly simpler with it before.
I think we were both overdue them.
Less light.
Much less light.
Much less light.
A group of people march past. You actually recognize Grant, the smelter, holding up one of a chain of people marching. You know those like traditional sort of Chinese dragons, like in the festivals.
Yeah.
It's like one of those, but it's like a multi-segmented, like almost like a dragonfly with multiple sets of like wing.
That's so cool!
Like brightly coloured iridescent wings that are like rainbowy, and they've got lights put through it. So it's like a little marching chain of lights.
Oh,
you know, even if all of this...
Oh, go on. Sorry, you first. I cut you off.
I was going to say, you know, even if all of this ends up being for naught, I'm glad that we had the opportunity to bring a little bit more light, life, colour to this place, if only for a little while.
At least we fucking tried, eh? I look at Sandra.
It's not for naught.
I like...
One sits you down.
It's a start. And I like what you've done with the place.
There is bright colour and art everywhere. It's strangely, it's reminiscent almost of the Berlin Wall, with the amount of not at all organised, but just free and spontaneous graffiti, especially around this plaza, this square, the walls everywhere. The around the little shrines of lights that have grown up all over the place. This is the first time that the city has come together to have a festival like this, and it feels like when you arrived, like with the army, just of everything lighting up, brightly lit and colourful.
It is beautiful.
Yes. You know, I think I might have thought of a new name for this place.
Go on.
Luminaria.
Oh. I like that.
It just means lights, a city of lights. That's what it's become.
Luminaria. What do you think? Look at Sander.
I feel duty bound to hate it based on the principle that you suggested it, but...
I shan't take that personally.
Oh, I wish you would.
I know that would only be what you want.
Luminaria.
I like it. Full of light.
As the celebration rises, the music continues reaching a throng. You see one. There is that same fierce laughter and joy, and unexpectedly a figure who is passing by, joining in the celebration, and pauses, and you see the silver haired white-haired lavender-eyed figure of Cyril, the drow worker, machinist from who spoke to you months before. Gives you bows just a little, but tremulously looks up at you, Sander, and smiles. Lightbringer, will you add to the festival?
I mean, yeah. What have I got that's big and magic-y and isn't fire?
Something
Because
massive.
let's not set this on fire.
Dancing lights, we can all do that.
Hostile. Okay, that's fine. I mean, I'll do Channel Divinity, Radiance of the Dawn.
Hey, excellent.
It's only 30 feet, but I can also do like daylight as well, just to boost it up.
Okay. You raise your arms, and an orb of light lifts and begins to shimmer. And following, I just really like your suggestions, Sabnet. You said everyone can do dancing lights. Do you do dancing lights?
Yeah.
You raise your hands.
Oh, I'll
4,
do them.
5.
I mean, I feel
Yeah.
like that's something that I probably would have picked up. Like,
You got the light cantrip,
Yeah, you
right?
start little lights.
I can't remember, but I'll have something.
You
Yeah.
start little lights rising up, and other drow scattered through the festival take this cue, and they raise their hands, and bright little paler lights begin to rise from the crowd, and gathering around and rising up with the brilliant daylight orb is what feels like a field of stars, or little wisps of light rising up and illuminating the city. And each of you just takes a moment to look up and feel the light on your skin. And Sabnet, you've got your very stylish. Here, you have to raise your very stylish little light. What do you call them? Your little stylish
Eye
little
shield.
eye shields.
Yes, actually, they would be like very deep smoked blue glass.
Oh.
And as you lower your head to raise the eye shields up, you notice in the corner, or you notice one of the dry and shriveled beds of earth, a small bright blue leaf begins to grow.
Look.
Thank you all for playing. Sorry?
We want to describe. You wanted character descriptions.
Yes, I did. So before that, because I actually meant to ask you at the start of this festival, can I ask for
It
each
can
of
be
you?
in the light of the final
in the
scene.
light of the final
Yeah.
of this final then in the light of daylight and the dancing lights, can I ask each of you to describe how your characters look now? I'm going to start with, I'm going to do this kind of in reverse order to originally, I think, and I'm going to start with Sander.
I mean, much the same in terms of like physical appearance. They have not changed much except clothing, which before it was like way back it was a lot of dark purples and black and white, and now there is no black and no white at all. There's pale blues, but nothing that hasn't got some form of colour, and it is, the long robes are very much a sunrise that is broken the horizon.
Sabnet?
Sabnet would still have some hints of purple and silver piping around his dress, although now it would be a kind of dark slate green double-breasted jacket with gold buttons and some gold trim around the sleeves. Low-slung weapons as before, though now notably with his house seal on them, and he has another little house brooch up there. He wouldn't be wearing his hat at the moment, but the smoked blue eye shields are kind of rectangular, and they have a secondary rectangular bit at the side, so he's got cover from all angles. And underneath he'd have a plain white cravat and undershirt with quite fashionable probably dark blue trousers.
And definitely no laundered drow relics.
Oh, absolutely not.
No.
No. That's a scandalous rumour.
Never stolen in my life.
And Oksana.
Oksana's in civvies for this final bit because the army clothing just doesn't feel right for this at all. So yeah, out of the red, white and blue and into Oksana's other colour scheme, which is sort of muted green sleeveless waistcoat, that sort of stripy fabric that one used to get in the French Revolution, brown trousers, simple boots, bracer and shoulder pauldron as always, and yeah, a couple of new tattoos, one of which you wouldn't see because it's a tattoo of a knife on her belly. She got shanked. The other ones that would be visible are on one arm, because she's got bare arms with this particular waistcoat. There is a flash of fire. There's the two big tentacles that you've seen before. There's the spider at the throat of Uttu, which now has a flame around it, so it's been set on fire.
Excellent.
That's an addition. But the two most prominent new tattoos that she has are across her cheekbones. So starting sort of across the cheekbones and then going over the temples and pointing towards her horns are two, somewhere between arrows and tiefling tails. I'm going to say in green glow cap, the same shade as her eyes. And as your eyes follow the tattoos, you would see the horns. So Oksana's got 3 on each side. The first 2 are pretty small. There's one really small nubby one. There's one slightly bigger that sticks up, and then there's 2 big bull horns that go out and curve forwards,
cool.
real huge. I don't know how huge they would be yet, but they would be starting to get there.
Yeah.
And scratched into them, again in glow cap, because why not? Because why can't you tattoo horns like that, I guess. She's got 2 words in infernal, one on each horn. And if you could read infernal, you would be able to read that it says teeth and demon.
And framed by the glow of the conjured light, as Sabnet calls out that last look at the growing little blue bud, we'll leave it there. Thank you all for playing. Thank you all very much for listening. And farewell from all of us here at Flintlocks and Fireballs. Fair seas and natural 20s.
I don't care for the prophet's crown, despite bringing dawn to this town. The air is thin, but there's a chance, while hope's a source of luminance.
So gather your muskets, gather your spears, we'll plunder the shores of Calcinea. No kraken, storm or spell we fear, so come and sail with us, my dear.